The pet shop. The owner of the pet shop hung a "Puppies for Sale" sign on the door. Signs like these always attract young customers. Shortly after, a little boy came in. "How much are these puppies?" the boy asked. The shop owner replied, "They range from $30 to $50. The boy pulled out some change from his pocket. "I have $2, he said. "Can I see them anyway?" The shop owner smiled and whistled. Out from the cage came a dog named Lady with 5 tiny, fluffy puppies following her. A little puppy, limping, trailed behind. Immediately, the boy pointed to the limping puppy and asked, "What's wrong with this one?" The owner explained that the vet had checked and said the puppy had a hip defect. It would always limp. It would always be lame. The boy was moved. "I want to buy that puppy." The owner responded, "You don't want to buy that one, but if you really want him, I'll just give him to you." The boy got upset. He looked the owner in the eye and said, "I don't want you to give him to me. He deserves just as much as any other puppy, and I'll pay full price for him. In fact, I'll give you $2.37 now, and 50 cents a month until I've paid in full." The owner objected, "You don't want that puppy. He'll never be able to run and play with you like the other puppies." Hearing this, the boy bent down, pulled up his pant leg to reveal a crippled, braced leg. He looked up at the owner and said softly, "Well, I can't run either, and that little dog needs someone who understands him." 2. Have you ever wondered why you don't have any friends? Maybe it's because you haven't opened your heart to let people in. Have you ever wondered why you always fail? It could be because you haven't really put your all into what you're doing to succeed. Have you ever wondered why people treat you badly? Maybe it's because you haven't been treating those around you well. Have you ever wondered why you can't be like everyone else? Remember, there are millions who wish they had your life. Have you ever wondered why you aren't happy? Perhaps it's because you're chasing happiness too far away and missing what's right beside you or even right in front of you. Have you ever wondered why your life feels so boring? Maybe it's because you haven't really tried to find your true purpose and pursue it. Have you ever wondered why you haven't found new love yet? It could be because you're still stuck on memories of an old love. Have you ever wondered why you don't get anything from life? Maybe it's because you haven't done anything to enhance your own life. Have you ever wondered why you can't find true love? Perhaps it's because you don't fully understand what love really means. Have you ever wondered why nobody understands you? It might be because you hide your feelings and never give others a chance to listen. Sometime, life isn't making things difficult for you. You are making things difficult for yourself by asking questions like, "Why is this happening? Why is that happening?" No one else can find the answers for you. You have to find them yourself. Always think of others before you think of yourself, and you'll likely be satisfied with your own answers. And don't forget to ask yourself, "What have I done?" Before you ask, "What have I received?" I believe you will succeed. 3. Instinct. A man discovered a scorpion floundering in the water. He decided to reach out and save it, but the scorpion bit him. Despite being bitten, he tried again to rescue the scorpion from the water, only to be bitten once more. Someone advised him to stop trying to save it. But the man replied, "The scorpion's natural instinct is to sting. My natural instinct is to love. So why should I give up my loving instinct just because of the scorpion's nature?" So please don't give up on trust. Don't lose your kindness, your chivalry, even if others around you hurt you. 4. The Story of Three. Difficult questions. This is the story of 3 challenging questions posed by a king, as retold by the famous writer Leo Tolstoy. Tolstoy didn't know the king's name. One day, the king thought that if he could answer these 3 questions, he would never fail in any task. The questions were: 1. How do we know the best time to do each task? 2. How do we identify the most important person to focus on? 3. What is the most important task that must be done first? Believing this, the king issued a decree promising a great reward to anyone who could answer these questions. Wise men from all around came to the capital after reading the decree, but each offered a different answer. For the first question, some said that to know the best time for each task, one must plan a detailed schedule. Others argued that it's impossible to predict and that one should pay attention to what happens as it occurs to do what's necessary at the moment. As for the second question, responses varied. Some said the most important people to pay attention to were the ministers and officials, while others argued it was religious leaders or military generals. Regarding the third question, the answers also differed. Some said science was most important, others said religion, and yet another group emphasized military strength. Because of these differing opinions, the king could not agree with any of the wise men and gave no reward. After much reflection, the king decided to seek answers from a wise hermit known for his enlightenment. Disguising himself as a commoner, the king climbed the mountain where the hermit lived. The hermit, busy digging in front of his hermitage, barely acknowledged the king. When the king asked his questions, the hermit did not answer but continued his labor, visibly struggling due to his age. Taking the shovel, the king helped him dig. After some time, a wounded man ran up to them, and the king and the hermit immediately tended to his injuries, saving his life. The wounded man turned out to be an enemy seeking to kill the king but had been attacked by the king's guards instead. Grateful for the king's help, the man vowed loyalty to him. The hermit, observing all this, finally spoke. He told the king that his questions were answered through the day's events. The most important time is always now. The most crucial person is the one you are with, and the most vital task is to make that person happy. This story, with its timeless lessons, highlights the importance of presence, compassion, and focusing on the present moment as the essence of life. 5. 2 salt grains. The small salt grain said to the large one, "I'm saying goodbye, as I'm about to merge with the ocean." The large grain was shocked. "That's foolish. Why lose yourself like that?" "Well, do as you wish, but I'm not crazy." The large salt grain curled up tight, determined not to dissolve in the sea. It moved to the shore and lived in a salt pan, remaining proud, big and hard, looking down on its tiny peers disdainfully. At harvest, the farmer swept it aside as waste, while the pure white grains were praised and packed into clean, beautiful bags. For the first time, it felt insulted. After being tossed from one market corner to another, it finally ended up in a pig's slop. To transform and serve these dirty pigs, it felt deeply humiliated. Its pride wouldn't allow it to sacrifice itself for such lowly creatures. It clenched itself tighter. Not even boiling water could take a piece of it. When cleaning the pig trough, someone found it and thoughtlessly threw it onto the road. Passers-by stepped on it. Then it rained, and the small salt grain, now a raindrop, joyfully found the large grain surprised. "Oh, my big sister, why are you lying all alone here?" The large grain tearfully shared. "My fate has been so hard, so humiliating. How about you?" "Fantastic," the small grain exclaimed. "When I dissolved in the sea, I soared into the sky, freely admiring earth from above. It was beautiful. Then I became rain, refreshing and greening the earth. And that's not all. I traveled to many places on earth before returning to the sea, ready for another wonderful journey. I must go now to return to my source." Watching the small grain merge with the flow, drifting away, suddenly, the large grain longed for a life like the small ones, wanting to dissolve, to dissolve. But alas, it was too late. It had become a stone, living forever in loneliness, forever trampled by others. 6. Gifts of the heart. There's a story about a young man who, while wandering the desert, stumbled upon a stream as clear as crystal. The water was so sweet that he decided to fill his leather flask and bring it back to an elder of his tribe, who was also his mentor. After a 4-day journey, he presented the water to the elder. The old man took a long drink, smiled warmly, and thanked his student for the delightful water. The young man happily returned to his village. Later, the elder gave another student a taste of the water. This student immediately spit it out, complaining about its foul smell, likely from the old leather flask. He asked the elder, "Why did you pretend to like this smelly water?" The elder replied, "You just tasted the water. I appreciated the gift. This water carries with it acts of love, and nothing could be sweeter." As adults, we understand this lesson best when we receive simple gifts from our children. Whatever the gift, our attitude should be one of appreciation and gratitude because it represents the child's thoughtfulness. Gratitude isn't always automatic. Most children and many adults tend to value the gift over the sentiment behind it. We need to remind ourselves and teach our children about the beauty and purity of emotions and how to express gratitude. After all, gifts given from the heart are truly the most meaningful.
If you like this video, please comment 1. And if you don't, comment 2. Your feedback means a lot to us. Thank you for your valuable time.
7. The story of the donkey. One day, a farmer's donkey fell into a well. The donkey cried pitifully for hours as the farmer tried to figure out what to do. Finally, the farmer decided that the donkey was old, and since the well needed to be covered up anyway, it wasn't worth trying to rescue the donkey. He invited some neighbors over to help him. They all started shoveling dirt into the well. At first, the donkey realized what was happening and cried horribly. But then, to everyone's surprise, it quieted down. After a few shovelfuls of dirt, the farmer looked down the well and was astonished. With every shovel of dirt that hit its back, the donkey was shaking it off and stepping on top of it. As more and more dirt was piled on, the donkey rose higher and higher. After a while, everyone was amazed as the donkey stepped over the edge of the well and trotted off. Life will throw a lot of challenges your way. Think of each challenge as a stepping stone that can lift you higher. We can escape even the deepest wells simply by never giving up. 8. Love. Leading the way. As a young person, I enjoyed almost everything. Ice cream, chocolate, typewriters, dancing. I also loved many people, my parents, my boyfriend, later my husband, and then our children along with the pets my husband brought home. I like this, I could easily say. And moments later, I could find joy in many other things. There were no boundaries to love and enjoyment. But now, I'm more cautious about my love. That's because I've experienced losing something I cherished. When that happens, love turns into a tormenting pain, a wound that never fully heals. This was the case when my husband passed away. I recently had stomach surgery. Everything bothers me. The TV is too loud. The ring of the telephone is annoying. I don't want to look out the window and see people enjoying a beautiful day. I feel old and useless. I'm frustrated with my body, my age, my health. On the 3rd day of being confined to bed, I felt a bit better. I sat up, looked around at the empty room, and sat in silence, feeling sorry for myself. Suddenly, a paper airplane whooshed into the room and landed at the foot of my bed. I opened it and read a scribbled message. "Get well soon. I love you, Grandma Ryan." I heard some noise outside. Oh, the wind. It seems like snow as I hear people clomping around in their snow boots. I walked towards the door, paper airplane in hand. It was time to step back into the world again, guided by love. 9. The value of time. To understand the value of a year, Ask a student who failed an exam. To recognize the value of a month, ask a mother waiting for her child to be born. To see the value of a week, ask the editor of a weekly newspaper. To learn the value of a day, ask a sanitation worker. To find out the value of an hour, ask lovers who are apart. To know the value of a minute, ask someone who just missed a flight. To discover the value of a second, ask someone who just avoided an accident. To appreciate the value of a millisecond, ask an athlete who nearly won a gold medal. To comprehend the value of a lifetime, ask someone battling a severe illness. To grasp the value of years, ask an elderly teacher. Enjoy every second, every minute you have. Share sincerely with others to turn your time into the happiest moments. 10. The Tale of the Sunflower. Long ago, when the earth was still engulfed in primitive darkness, flowers drooped together seeking warmth. The world was cloaked in a silent, dark night with no bird songs to be heard. Days passed in sadness. The flowers could only wait and sing sorrowful songs, hoping for a miracle to free them from the endless dark days. Then, as tears frosted on the chilly petals, the flowers suddenly felt warmth, and the space around them brightened. A miracle called the sun had arrived, bringing warm rays and gentle breezes that scattered the dark night. A bright new era dawned for the earth, a time full of life and peace. Under the warm sunlight, countless flowers bloomed brilliantly, and butterflies flitted about, joining the symphony of hundreds of birds singing. All expressed their deepest love for the sun. The flowers donned bright colors and alluring fragrances, hoping to win the sun's love. Among these radiant flowers was a sunflower, which harbored a burning love for the sun. It decided to dye itself yellow and always reach upwards towards the sun, ignoring the sweet whispers of bees, the murmurs of the wind, and the gentleness of the clouds. The sun, carefree, roamed the sky, unaware of the sunflower's affection, continuing to spread its warming light to all. The sunflower was heartbroken, and after many painful days, it decided to break free from the earth and get closer to the sun to declare its feelings. Despite the pain, it strived to rise. Telling itself it was still too heavy, it shed its leaves. Still unable to ascend, it shed its petals, thinking, "No matter how ugly I become, even if the sun rejects me, expressing my feelings is all that matters." The sunflower wilted, but suddenly felt itself rising, soaring towards the sun. In its final moments, the sunflower still thought of the sun with a smile. Time seemed to stop. The wind wept, and all the flowers mourned the sunflower's unconditional sacrifice for love. The sun paused in the face of the sunflower's love. Tears from the sun fell upon the sunflower. From that day on, sunflowers always stretch towards the sun, and the sun always showers them with the warmest rays filled with tender love. Note: I wrote this story for the one I love. I also wish to dedicate it to all silent loves, hoping that everyone in love will find each other. Love brings us sweetness and happiness, but it also brings pain. However, don't let the pain lead you to despair and lose faith in love. Happiness always comes to those who are optimistic and strong, like the sunflower always facing the sun. 11. Easy and hard. It's easy to have someone's contact in your address book, but hard to find a place in their heart. It's easy to point out others' mistakes, but hard to recognize your own. It's easy to speak without thinking, but hard to control what you say. It's easy to hurt someone you love, but hard to heal that wound. It's easy to forgive others, but hard to make them forgive you. It's easy to set rules, but hard to follow them. It's easy to dream every night, but hard to fight for a dream. It's easy to show off a victory, but hard to accept a defeat. It's easy to trip over a rock and fall, but hard to get up and keep going. It's easy to make a promise to someone, but hard to fulfill it. It's easy to say you love someone, but hard to make them feel it every day. It's easy to criticize others, but hard to improve yourself. It's easy to make mistakes, but hard to learn from them. It's easy to be upset about losing something, but hard to care enough to not lose it. It's easy to think about doing something, but hard to stop thinking and start doing. It's easy to think badly of others, but hard to give them your trust. It's easy to receive, but hard to give. It's easy to read these things, but hard to actually do them. If opportunity doesn't knock, you should check if you've built a door yet. 12. The ears of the soul. A skinny, short girl was excluded from the choir by her teacher because she always wore the same old, dirty, and oversized clothes. Feeling dejected, she sat alone in the park, crying. She wondered, "Why can't I sing? Am I really that bad?" Eventually, she began to sing softly to herself, moving from one song to the next until she was too exhausted to continue. "You sing beautifully," a voice exclaimed. "Thank you, little girl. You made my afternoon very enjoyable." Surprised, the girl saw that the compliment came from an elderly man with white hair. After speaking, he slowly got up and walked away. The next day, when the girl returned to the park, she found the old man sitting on the same stone bench, smiling kindly at her. She sang again, and the old man listened attentively. He applauded and said loudly, "Thank you, my little girl, you sing wonderfully." After speaking, he slowly walked away alone. Years passed, and the girl became a famous singer. She never forgot the old man who used to sit on the stone bench in the park and listen to her sing. One winter afternoon, she went to the park to look for him, but all she found was an empty bench. "The old man has passed away. He had been deaf for over 20 years, someone in the park told her. The girl was stunned. The old man who had attentively listened to and praised her singing was actually unable to hear. 13. The important rocks. When I was studying business management, I learned an unforgettable lesson from my professor about time management. He placed a wide-mouthed jar on the table along with some large rocks about the size of a fist. Carefully, he began placing the rocks into the jar until no more could fit. He then looked at us and asked, "Is the jar full?" Everyone answered, "Yes, it's full." "Really?" he questioned, and then bent down to pick up a bag of pebbles. He sprinkled a few pebbles into the spaces between the rocks and asked again, "Is the jar full now?" This time, we started to catch on. One student replied that perhaps the jar was not yet full. "Good," he said. And then he grabbed a bucket of sand and began pouring it into the jar, filling the spaces between the rocks and the pebbles. Before he could ask us again, the class exclaimed, "No, Professor, it's still not full." "Well done," he praised, and then took out a pitcher of water. He poured the water into the jar until it reached the brim. Finally, he looked up at us and asked, "What do you think the purpose of this exercise was?" A student from the back eagerly responded, "It shows that no matter how busy we are, if we really try, we can always fit more tasks into our schedules." "That's not the lesson I wanted to share," the professor clarified. "The real takeaway from this exercise is that if we don't prioritize our major commitments first, we won't be able to fit anything else in. Each of us needs to identify the big rocks in our lives. What's important to you? Completing an education, finding someone you love, landing a job you enjoy. Choose carefully what fits best in your life at each stage and place those big rocks in your jar first. Then think about and tackle the other tasks afterward. 14. Ordinary dreams. The following words were found on the tombstone of an English minister. "When I was young, my imagination knew no bounds. I dreamed of changing the world. As I grew older and wiser, I realized the world hadn't changed much at all. So I narrowed my dreams and decided to change my country instead. But it seemed that nothing really shifted. When I settled down, I tried with all my might to change my family, those closest to me, but they hardly seemed to notice. Now, lying on my deathbed, I realized that only when I changed myself could I change my family. From their encouragement and support, I could be more useful to my country, and who knows, maybe I could even change the world after all. If you find these stories inspiring and they motivate you to take action, please comment 9. If not, comment 0. Your feedback means a lot to us. Thank you for your valuable time. 15. The Boy and the Birdcage. A man sat by the roadside with a large birdcage. A boy noticed that the cage was filled with various birds. "Where did you find these birds?" the boy asked. "Oh, all over the place. I lure them with bits of bread, pretend to be their friend. Then, when they come close, I catch them with a net and put them in this cage," the man replied. "And what are you going to do with them now?" The man smiled contentedly. "I'll poke them with a stick, make them go mad. Then they'll fight each other and kill each other. The ones that survive, I'll kill myself. None will escape." The boy stared at the man. What made him do this? He looked into the man's wild and ruthless eyes, then at the helpless, hopeless birds. "Can I buy these birds from you?" the boy asked. The man hid his smile, realizing he could profit from playing his cards right. "Well," he hesitated, "this cage is quite expensive and I spent a lot of time catching these birds. Here's what I'll do. I'll give you a choice. The birds and the cage, or 10 pounds in the coat you're wearing." The boy hesitated. 10 pounds was all he had, and his coat was new and special to him. In fact, it was his prized possession. Slowly he took out 10 pounds and handed it to the man. Then, even more slowly, he took off his coat, looked at it one last time, and handed it over. Then the boy opened the cage door and let the birds out. 16. When the wind changes direction. A boat had been sailing across the ocean for several days. Suddenly, dark clouds appeared and the wind shifted unexpectedly. The large boat couldn't move forward and had to turn in a different direction. Everyone on board was confused and didn't know what to do. Eventually, an experienced sailor climbed up the mast. From up high, he shouted, "Look at the direction of the wind and adjust the sails." Gradually, the boat made its way against the waves, moving forward as planned. In life, we sometimes face adversities, difficulties, or unexpected storms. Even with our best efforts, there are times when we can't change our circumstances. Some people might change their path or give up, but others fight to overcome these challenges with intelligence, skill, and courage. After the storm, the wind will become favorable again. 17. Ice cream change. "Excuse me, could I switch this for the $5 ice cream instead?" The shop owner looked visibly annoyed as she was about to hand over the $10 ice cream to the young customer. Unperturbed by the shop owner's disdainful glance, the boy quickly finished the ice cream. Walking up to the counter with his only $10 bill, he whispered to the woman, "Could you please give the change to the man with the little girl standing outside the store? Thanks." As the boy turned to leave, the woman paused and looked towards the door, where a blind man holding a guitar stood next to a little girl, whom she had asked to leave the shop just moments earlier. 18. Simple happiness. If you wake up healthy in the morning, free from severe illness, consider yourself luckier than hundreds of thousands who might pass away in hospitals or due to unexpected accidents today. If you've never experienced the horrors of war or suffered in prisons, endured torture, or faced starvation, you're not among the 500 million people currently enduring such hardships worldwide. If you have a roof over your head and a place to rest today, you're better off than many others around the globe. If you have money in the bank and enough for daily expenses, you belong to the top 8% of the world's wealthy. If your parents are still alive and with you, you're incredibly fortunate. If you can stand tall with a smile, express gratitude, show love openly, listen well, and dare to apologize, you're truly happy. Many people could do these things, but choose not to. If you can cry, empathize with others, simply squeeze a hand to show your feelings, offer a supportive look, or put an arm around someone in silence to share their burden, you're lucky because you possess a powerful healing touch. And through these actions, you'll realize the meaning of life, cherish what you have, and share it with others. 19. Sleeping Through the Storm, a tale of preparedness and peace. A young man applied for a job on a farm. When the farm owner asked him what he could do, the young man replied, "I can sleep through a storm." This odd response puzzled the farm owner. However, because he liked the young man, he decided to hire him. A few days later, a big storm hit in the middle of the night, waking the farm owner and his wife. They quickly checked around the house and found all the doors securely shut, the farm tools neatly stored in the shed, the tractor tucked away in the garage, and the livestock safely locked in their pens. Even the animals were well fed and showed no signs of fear. Everything was secure, and the young man was sleeping peacefully. Now the owner understood what the young man meant when he said he could sleep through a storm. Because he always planned and completed his tasks carefully, he didn't need to worry when a storm came. Just like him, if we handle our responsibilities well in the present, we can feel confident and trust in the future. 20. The Wind and the Oak Tree. A fierce wind swept through the ancient forest. It proudly blew away all creatures, whisked off leaves, and snapped branches. It wanted every tree to fall before its power. However, one old oak tree stood tall, unyielded to the ferocious wind. Feeling challenged, the wind raged wildly, thrashing the forest once more. The oak tree clung to the ground, silently enduring the wind's fury without falling. Exhausted, the wind finally gave up and asked, "Old oak tree, how do you stand so firm?" The old oak tree calmly replied, "I know your strength could break my branches, strip my leaves, and make my trunk sway, but you will never knock me down, for I have deep roots that stretch far into the earth. That is my deepest strength. They grow stronger each day, helping me stand firm against any force. But I must thank you, wind. Your wild storms have helped prove my endurance and strength." 21. Kenneth's Compassionate Choice. Kenneth, a sixth grader, was excited and nervous to participate in his school's sports day. He outpaced his classmates and won first place in the initial race. The reward, a ribbon draped across his shoulder, and the cheers from the audience filled him with pride, especially in front of his parents and classmates. During his second race, as he was nearing the finish line and just a few steps away from another victory, Kenneth suddenly slowed down and stepped off the track. His parents were puzzled and asked, "Why did you do that, Kenneth? If you had kept running, you surely would have won again." Looking up with clear eyes, Kenneth replied, "But Mom, I already have a ribbon, and Lily doesn't have one yet." 22. Tommy's Simple Wish, Proving He Can. At the beginning of the school year, the teacher asked her students what they wanted to be when they grew up. The kids excitedly shouted out their answers all at once. The boys expressed desires to become soccer players, doctors, architects, and even aspirations like astronauts, rock stars, race car drivers, or even the president. The girls had simpler dreams like being teachers, nurses, bakers, or beauty consultants. The classroom was buzzing with excitement, except for Tommy. The teacher noticed that he was sitting quietly, not saying a word. She walked over to Tommy and asked, "Tommy, what do you wish to be in the future?" "I can," Tommy replied. Why just can? The teacher asked, surprised. Yes, Tommy responded. My brothers always say that I'm useless and can't do anything. So, when I grow up, I want to be able to do the things I can do. 23. Moments of realization, growing through life's challenges. There will come a time when you suddenly realize the subtle difference between holding a hand and chaining a soul. There will come a time when you recognize that love is no longer a pillar of support, and being together doesn't necessarily mean peace. There will come a time when you understand that a kiss is not a commitment, and a gift is not the same as a true promise. There will come a time when you see that not every sunny season is beautiful, and you learn to accept failures with your head held high and bright eyes, with the dignity of maturity rather than the despair and stubbornness of youth. Everyone stumbles a few times in life. Pick up the pieces of yourself and move forward from here, on the path you chose today without relying on the uncertainties of tomorrow. Give without regret, without clinging. No one who gives freely ever feels a loss. And keep the best parts of your experiences, planting seeds and growing flowers in the soil of your soul, rather than wearing yourself out waiting for someone else to bring happiness. And you realize that you have come through. 24. The wonders of life. One day, a young boy told a girl, "If there were only one bowl of life-extending soup, I would give half to my parents and the other half to you." And with that, the girl fell in love with him. At that time, the boy was 12 years old and the girl was 10. 10 years later, their village was hit by a flood. The young man worked tirelessly to save the victims, including the elderly, children, acquaintances, and strangers. He did not personally rescue the girl, but after someone else saved her, when asked why he didn't save his beloved first, he calmly replied, "Because I love her. I had to save others first. If she had died, I wouldn't want to live either." A year later, they got married. He was 22 and she was 20. Years passed, and a famine struck the country, plunging them into poverty. Eventually, they had just enough food to make one bowl of soup. Neither wanted to eat without the other, so they each offered the bowl to one another. 3 days later, the soup spoiled. At that time, he was 42 and she was 40. Because his grandparents had been landlords, he was denounced during a political campaign. During this time, she was tasked with distinguishing friends from foes, but she declared, "I don't know among the people who the enemy is, but I know he is a good man. He loves me, and I love him, and that's enough." They stood by each other, facing hardships together. That year, he was 52 and she was 50. As the years passed, they practiced Qigong together to stay healthy. Later, they moved to the city and would take the bus early each morning to the Central Park. Younger passengers would offer them seats, but neither would sit if the other had to stand. They stood hand in hand, leaning on each other, smiling happily. Moved by this, other passengers would stand up too. At that time, he was 72 and she was 70. The woman said, "If we die together in 10 years, I will become you and you will become me, so you too can have the life-extending soup you once gave."
If you like this video, please comment 1. And if you don't, comment 2. Your feedback means a lot to us. Thank you for your valuable time.
25. I'm sorry. It was the first day of sophomore year and we only had one test, so we finished early. I called him up. "Can you come pick me up?" "Sure, give me 5 minutes. Hurry up, okay?" At 3 p.m., it was pretty hot. I stood under a tree, waving my hand to cool off, even though it didn't help much. 5 minutes passed, and he still wasn't there. I started getting a bit annoyed, constantly checking my watch. After 10 minutes, still no sign of him. Did something happen to him? After 15 minutes, he finally showed up. "Why are you late?" He didn't seem embarrassed. I was finishing a TV show. What? TV? I yelled, feeling hotter than the midday sun. Why didn't you eat, sleep, and shower before coming? I'm sorry. That was the first time he apologized to me since we started hanging out. He was smart, cute, and very confident, rarely apologizing to anyone. I snatched the helmet he offered and got on the bike, not saying a word the whole way home. He was always like that, no explanations, no comforting, no arguing. But for me, a lot can't be forgiven with just an apology. And I never asked him anything more when he apologized. So I felt that sorry was just a word he used to shut me up, not really acknowledging and correcting his mistakes. He was often late and never fixed it. I burst into tears the 59th time he apologized. You don't have to say sorry anymore. If you can't fix it, don't keep giving me hope that you'll change. He held my hand tightly and said his 60th sorry. Even then, he offered no explanation. I started to worry that he was hiding something. What's going on with you? Nothing's wrong. Then why do you always seem off? Nothing's wrong. He was always like that. I never understood what was going on. Did he even consider me his girlfriend? I'm sorry. I don't want to hear sorry anymore. I yelled and hung up the phone. He didn't call back. It turned out he didn't care about me at all. And I kept hoping, and that was the 99th time he said sorry. After that day, I stopped calling him and didn't visit his house anymore. Sometimes my home phone rang, but when I answered, no one spoke. I guess it was him. But why wouldn't he speak? A month passed, and I couldn't stand not knowing anymore. I went to his school, and I looked through the classroom window, but he wasn't there. Sorry. Isn't Timmy at school today? I asked a classmate. I think he dropped out. The classmate shrugged. Dropped out? My eyes widened. Why? Since when? Over a month now, you know, Timmy. Thanks. Over a month. He hadn't been to school in over a month. Why? I rushed home. I called his cell. The subscriber cannot be reached. I called his house, but no one answered. How could this be? Did his family move without telling me? It seemed like he had vanished off the face of the earth, leaving no trace. I couldn't find him. And as I panicked, a friend called. It was a cousin of his who went to school with me. How are you? Did you hear Timmy is in the hospital? In the hospital? What happened? At the hospital where he was last time. Room number. I ran as fast as I could to the hospital. He was lying in bed, silent and motionless. What's going on? Why didn't you call me? I sat beside him, crying uncontrollably, but he just kept looking at me like he always did. Why aren't you saying anything? I saw tears in his eyes, and it seemed he used all his strength to say, I'm sorry. And he closed his eyes. Hey, don't be like this. What are you sorry for? I sobbed uncontrollably. Don't be sorry. Open your eyes. I clung to his sleeve, unable to stop crying. Why are you sorry? Why won't you explain anything? I'll never forgive you. Don't be sorry. If you don't open your eyes, I'll never forgive you. That was his 100th sorry. Doctors and nurses rushed into the room, pulling me outside. He left my world. He lost his battle with leukemia. But I still see him in my dreams. And he lives in my heart. About a month later, his mom came over, handing me a box he left behind. Inside were 100 pieces of paper, each one explaining why he was sorry. The first time, I didn't mean to be late, but just as I stepped outside, I felt dizzy and couldn't go on, but I tried to meet you. Forgive me, okay? The 100th, that was the piece of paper he wrote before I came to the hospital. I'm sorry. I really didn't want to leave you alone in this world, but maybe some other time. I love you, Timmy. With the 100th piece of paper was a photo of him in the hospital. He looked very thin, but his smile was as bright as ever. When he needed me the most, I wasn't there. Timmy, I'm sorry. 26. Learning from failure. Failing doesn't mean I'm a failure. It means I haven't succeeded yet. Failing doesn't mean I've achieved nothing. It means I've learned something new. Failing doesn't mean I'm foolish. It shows I had the courage to try something I hadn't done before. Failing doesn't mean I should be ashamed. It means I had the guts to be challenged. Failing doesn't mean I've wasted my life. It gives me a reason to start a new journey. Failing doesn't mean I don't have what I need. It means I have something different and I need to take a different path. Failing doesn't say I'm less than others. It tells me I'm not perfect. Failing doesn't mean I should give up. It tells me to try harder. Failing doesn't mean I can't do it. It means I need more practice, as long as my loved ones are by my side. Because failure also shows me who really loves me. So get up and keep going. 27. Have you ever tried listening? If you pay attention to the birds singing at dawn, you'll notice that nature celebrates the start of a new day with great fanfare. If you listen to the train whistle at the station, you'll realize there are hundreds of people around you waiting for that sound to embark on a new journey. If you hear the rhythmic sweep of a broom on the streets each night, you'll remind yourself, amidst the busy and noisy life, there are always those quietly cleaning up the mess left behind by the fast pace of life. If you listen to the crickets on a summer night, you'll feel the mood of nature. Sometimes it's deeply sad. If you pay attention and listen, you might hear the wind rustling through the leaves, the rain hurriedly falling on the porch, the frail and faint calls of night vendors. If you pay attention to listening, you'll find every sound of life, even those that are barely whispering. You'll hear the beating of your own heart and the pulse of life itself. Life is truly beautiful. For me, I love the nighttime scenery and listening to myself. A space quiet enough, a moment of quietness amidst the noise of daily life. And forgetting fatigue and worries, time and space seem to pause. The charm of the night is wonderful. I merge with nature, take a deep breath, feel it clearly, smile at everything. My soul stirs. Just listen closely on such a night, and you will find yourself. It's wonderful. So try to pay attention and listen at least once. 28. When it rains. What do we do to stay dry when it starts raining while we're out and about? Some might seek shelter, while others might wear a raincoat. But have you ever been completely soaked by the rain during your life? Have you ever stood in the rain? The answer is probably yes, right? And folks, just like the rain, sadness is something we all experience. No matter who you are, whether you're influential, powerful, or extremely talented, sadness is inevitable in life. So, if you find yourself in such a situation, don't get too down or blame life. Instead, face it bravely. That way, you'll grow stronger, more clear-headed, and you'll be able to overcome sadness and challenges more easily. Just like getting caught in a downpour, if you can't find a way to stay dry, you might have to accept getting drenched on your way home, right? And when that happens, doesn't the frustration of being wet seem to disappear? That's right, because you found a way to deal with your problem. Life has many things in store for you, including both joys and sorrows. That's the natural order and the spice of life. So, stay strong and love life. 29. Life's challenges. Our dreams, so precious and cherished, are always our greatest hope, motivation, and belief to live, to feel, and to move toward tomorrow. However, life is full of obstacles, difficulties, and unexpected challenges. The path to our dreams is never smooth. Hardships, setbacks, and misfortunes can happen when we least expect them, testing our courage. They might be the stumbling blocks we encounter, only to stand up stronger on our own feet later. Or they could be dark clouds signaling a storm, forcing even the bravest souls to seek shelter. Sometimes they are the self-imposed prisons that cause us pain, loss of faith, and moments when we feel we have no support or strength to overcome. Faced with these challenges, everyone chooses their own way to cope and find their direction. Some leave it to fate, others may run away to find refuge, some change themselves to adapt to new circumstances, and some might drown in self-pity, blaming fate, and eventually succumbing to life's storms. Yet, no matter who we are, deep within each of us lies a strong desire to live and to remain true to ourselves. This desire stirs many hearts, compelling them to find new ways of thinking, spiritual strength, and paths to pursue their dreams and aspirations. Our life, filled with fear and resentment, depends on how we face the challenges and obstacles on our path. Embracing and enjoying life and rising above depends on our response to these trials. 30. A minute to reflect. You realize you need to keep everything balanced. Try the following tips. Don't diminish your worth by comparing yourself to others. We are all unique individuals. Don't set your goals based on what others think is important. Only you know what's best for you. Don't let life pass you by because you're living in the past or future. By living your life today, in this moment, you're living every day of your life. Don't refuse to give if you still have something to offer. Nothing lasts forever until you stop trying. Don't hesitate to admit that you are not perfect. Don't shy away from challenges. It's only by testing yourself that you learn courage. Don't close your heart and block love just because you think it's unattainable. The fastest way to receive love is to give it. The quickest way to lose love is to hold it too tightly, and the best way to keep love is to give it wings. Don't rush through life so fast that you forget where you are and even where you're going. Don't forget that the highest emotional need of a person is to feel appreciated. Don't be afraid to learn. Knowledge is boundless, a treasure that you can always carry easily. Don't use time or words carelessly. Neither can be recovered. Life is not a race. It's a journey that you should enjoy every step of the way. What do you think? 31. To a friend. Hey, I want to tell you something. I know you don't show much of yourself and prefer to hide behind your laughter. But I can tell you have a lot on your mind, a lot to think about. You've never talked about your own struggles or thoughts, yet I can see the turmoil in your eyes. Others might see you as a cheerful and lovely person, but I see your reserved and thoughtful side. Everyone laughs when you laugh, bringing joy to them while keeping the sadness to yourself. Did you know that your strength is also your weakness? You are private and good at hiding, but because of that you hold back a lot. Hiding might not be better than sharing what you think. I'm not a fan of laying everything out for others to see either, but don't keep it all to yourself. Share with those you trust, even if it's just a little, and don't keep circling around with your thoughts. We might not be close enough for me to share my thoughts with you, and I don't expect to be the one you open up to. I just want to see a real smile in the eyes of my friends. Don't smile when you're sad, because that can make the sadness grow. And when you truly don't feel like smiling, call me if there's no one else. I may not know the best way to share, but I can listen. If you find these stories inspiring and they motivate you to take action, please comment 9. If not, comment 0. Your feedback means a lot to us. Thank you for your valuable time. 32. Duty in life. Duty might compel someone to build a house, but only love can turn that house into a home. Duty might prepare a dinner, but love adds the special flavors that make the meal taste better. Duty might write many letters, but love includes a funny story or a doodle of a candy. Duty can be frustrating if one's efforts go unnoticed. but love makes one laugh more and feel appreciated right in the act of doing. Duty might mix a glass of milk, but love will sweeten it a bit more. Duty demands sacrifice, but love brings peace. Duty compels us to act and to know, but love helps us value what we have, will have, and are about to have. 33. Heaven and Hell. A man was walking down a road with his dog. He was enjoying the scenery when he suddenly realized that he had died. He remembered that he had died and that his dog, walking beside him, had passed away years before. He wondered where this road would lead. After a while, he reached a white marble wall running along the road. At the top of a high hill, there was a beautiful arched gate that looked like it was made of pearl, and the road leading to the gate seemed to be made of pure gold. He and his dog walked up to the gate, and as they got closer, he saw a man sitting at a desk on one side. When he was near enough, he called out, "Excuse me, sir, where am I?" The man replied, "Sir, this is heaven." "Great. Do you have any water?" the traveler asked. "Yes. Come on in, and I'll have someone bring you some ice water right away." The man gestured, and the gate began to open. The traveler, pointing at his dog, asked, "Can my friend come in too?" "I'm sorry, sir. We do not allow pets inside here." The traveler thought for a moment, then turned back to the road and continued walking with his dog. After a long walk at the top of another hill, the traveler came to a dirt road leading to a farm gate that seemed never to be closed. There was no fence around it either. As he approached the gate, the traveler saw a man inside, leaning against a tree and reading a book. "Excuse me, sir, do you have any water?" the traveler called out. "Yes, there's a pump over there. Come on in." Pointing at his dog, the traveler asked, "What about my friend here?" "You'll see a bowl next to the water pump." They went through the gate, and sure enough, there was an old-fashioned hand pump with a bowl beside it. The traveler filled the bowl with water, took a long drink, and then let his dog drink. Once both were no longer thirsty, the traveler and his dog went back to where the man was standing by the tree. The traveler asked, "Sir, what is this place called?" The man replied, "This is heaven." The traveler said, "That's strange. The man down there said that place was heaven too." "Oh, you mean the place with the golden road and the pearl gate? That's not it. That place is hell." "Aren't you upset that they use the name like that?" "Not at all. We're happy because they help us filter out those who would leave their closest friends behind. 34. How much does a miracle cost? Tess, an 8-year-old girl, overheard her parents talking about her younger brother, Andrew. All she knew was that he was very sick and the family was out of money. They would have to move into low-income housing next month because her dad couldn't afford the doctor's fees and the rent. Only an expensive surgery could save her brother, and it seemed no one would lend her parents the money. She heard her dad whisper in a voice of despair to her weeping mom, "Only a miracle can save him now." Tess went to her room and took out a glass jar that used to hold jam, which she had hidden in her closet. She poured all the coins onto the floor and counted them very carefully, 3 times. The amount had to be exactly right. There could be no mistakes. She carefully put the coins back into the jar and screwed on the lid. Then, she sneaked out the back door and walked 8 blocks to Rexall Drugstore, which had a Native American sign above the door. She patiently waited to get the attention of the pharmacist, but he was busy talking to another man and didn't want to be disturbed by an 8-year-old girl. Tess shuffled her feet on the floor to make noise. No result. She cleared her throat to make the loudest and most disgusting cough. Still nothing. Finally, she took a quarter from the jar and banged it hard on the counter. This time, she got a reaction. "What do you want?" the pharmacist asked irritably. "I'm talking to my brother from Chicago, whom I haven't seen in years," he said, without waiting for an answer. "For me, I want to talk to you about my brother." Tess replied in an equally annoyed tone. He's very sick, and I want to buy a miracle. What are you talking about? The pharmacist asked. His name is Andrew. He has something terrible growing inside his head, and my dad says only a miracle can save him now. How much does a miracle cost? Little girl, we don't sell miracles here. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Sir, I have money to pay. If it's not enough, I'll find more. Just tell me how much it costs. The pharmacist's brother was a well-dressed man. He bent down and asked the little girl, "What kind of miracle does your brother need?" "I don't know," Tess replied in tears. "I just know he's very sick and needs surgery. But my dad doesn't have the money, so I want to use my money." "How much do you have?" the man from Chicago asked. $1.11, Tess said softly. "And that's all I have, but I'll earn more if I need to." "Oh, what a coincidence," the man smiled. $1.11. That's exactly the cost of a miracle for your brother. He took the money from her, held her hand, and said, "Lead me to your home. I want to meet your brother and your parents. Let's see what kind of miracle you need." The well-dressed man was Dr. Carlton Armstrong, a neurosurgeon. The surgery was successfully performed at no cost. Soon after, Andrew was discharged from the hospital, healthy and well. Tess's parents joyfully recounted the events that led to this miraculous outcome. Tess's mom whispered, "That surgery was truly a miracle. I don't know how much it really cost." Tess smiled. She knew exactly the cost of a miracle, $1.11, plus the faith of a child. 35. A few thoughts. There are things so clear that you see them immediately, but there are also things so obvious that you never bother with them. Some things may seem trivial, and you haven't done them in a long time for various reasons. If you take a moment to sit back, you'll see that these obvious and trivial things offer a lot to reflect on about yourself. We own little but consume a lot. We buy a lot but use little. We have large houses but narrow homes. Amenities abound but time does not. We earn many degrees but possess little wisdom. We acquire a lot of knowledge but lack deep thinking. We create bigger things but not necessarily better ones. We enrich our possessions but impoverish our values. We talk too much, love too little, and often hate too readily. We extend our lifespan but don't live life to its true meaning. We conquer outer space but neglect the space within. We strive to clean the air but pollute our souls. We know how to reach the moon but forget the way to our neighbor's house. We build taller buildings but lower our standards, broaden our roads but narrow our viewpoints. We drink too much, smoke too much, spend recklessly, laugh too little, drive too fast, get angry too often, stay up late only to be exhausted the next morning, read too little, and watch TV too much. We are taught to rush forward without learning to wait. We are instructed on how to make a living, not how to live. This is the era of fast food and slow digestion, of big people with small characters, deep pockets but shallow relationships. This is a technological age that can bring all this to you, an age where you can either read this or easily discard it. Remember, spend more time with those you love because they may not always be around. Remember, speak kindly to those who respect you because that little person might one day grow bigger than you. Remember, hug the person next to you tightly because that is the only treasure of the heart that costs nothing. Remember, a deep kiss or hug from the heart can heal wounds. Take time to love, to talk, and to share the precious things in your soul. The meaning of life isn't measured by the length of time, but by the moments you decide to let go of it. 36. Sandcastle. It's a hot day with a salty breeze and steady waves. A boy on the beach kneels, scooping sand with a shovel into a red bucket. He flips the bucket over. Lifting it, he adjusts the sand to create a castle. He plays like this all through the afternoon, building moats and walls, towers as guard posts. An ice cream stick serves as a bridge. A sandcastle kingdom is completed. In a bustling city with crowded streets and busy traffic, a man sits in an office organizing papers into piles and finalizing tasks. He holds the phone between his shoulder and ear while continuously typing on his computer. Numbers dance, contracts are signed, bringing joy to the man and generating profit. His life is devoted to work, with plans building on each other, a future predicted, an annual accumulation serving as securities. An empire is built. Both the boy and the man build castles with many similarities. Both accumulate small efforts into great achievements. Both are diligent and determined. Both know that when the tide rises or trends change, everything will end. Here lies the difference between them. While the man ignores the outcome, the boy accepts it. Watch what the boy does when everything is about to dissolve back to sand. As the waves approach, the smart boy jumps up and claps. No sorrow, no fear, no regrets. Knowing this would happen, he is not surprised. And as the castle crumbles loudly back into the sea, the boy smiles. He laughs, picks up his tools, and takes his father's hand to go home. Why can't adults be as wise? When the wave of time comes crashing, destroying their castles, the man is horrified. He aimlessly wanders around his ruins to protect them. He builds more walls to block the waves, but when the seawater seeps in and breaks them down, he is bewildered by the tide. He defiantly declares, "This is my castle." But the ocean does not reply. Everyone knows where the sand belongs. I may not know much more about sand castles, but children understand them well. Observe them to learn. Continue building, but with a child's heart. As evening falls and the tide comes in, welcome it. After greeting the process of life, take your father's hand and go home. 37. A glass of milk. There was a poor boy who sold items door to door to pay for his school. One day, finding himself with only a few coins and feeling very hungry, he decided to ask for a meal at a nearby house. When a sweet young girl opened the door, he was too shy to ask for food and instead asked for a glass of water. Sensing his hunger, the girl gave him a large glass of milk. After drinking it slowly, he asked, "How much do I owe you?" "You don't owe me anything," she replied. "My mother has taught us to never accept money for a kindness." He thanked her profusely and left. As he walked away, not only did he feel physically better, but his faith in humanity and life was also strongly renewed. Years later, the young girl became seriously ill and was sent to a big city hospital for treatment, where none of the local doctors could help. Dr. Howard Kelly, now a renowned specialist, was called in to consult. Recognizing the name of the town she came from, he rushed to see her. He recognized her immediately. Dr. Kelly went back to his office determined to do his best to save her. After a long struggle, her illness was cured. Dr. Kelly requested the hospital bill, wrote something on the edge, and had it sent to her room. Fearing the cost, she hesitated to open the bill, but when she finally did, she saw a note on the side that read, "Paid in full with 1 glass of milk." With tears in her eyes, she said, "God's love has manifested in people's hearts and hands." 38. Feet and shoes. When born, everyone starts the same, innocent and bare. As a child, one learns to stand, falling and getting up many times, until finally standing strong on their own 2 feet. Growing a bit more, they start to walk, navigating a path filled with rocks and thorns. One day, they find a pair of shoes, beautiful, cute, and warm shoes. Wearing these shoes, they feel more confident. Each step feels stronger and more proud. But then, pain strikes their feet. Looking down, they realize the shoes are too tight. Gritting their teeth, they try to keep going, but with each step, the pain worsens and their feet feel more constricted and bruised. That's when they understand these shoes aren't meant for them. Even though they like the shoes, they smile, take them off, put them aside, and are ready to move forward. Without the shoes, their feet must walk on their own skin, weak and fragile as it may be. But they will keep going, stepping forward on their bare feet, just as they did when they were born. What's important is that they've found and chosen their own path, a suitable road for themselves. Now, their feet have found a path of their own, and they will continue, among many others on the journey of life, a long road filled with challenges. Better to endure pain from the stones than from forcing oneself to fit into shoes that aren't right. Sometimes, it's only after losing something that one realizes they had it and learns to appreciate it. What's broken is broken. Better to remember it at its best than to try to fix it and always see the cracks. Goodbye to some things, things that were once yours, but not fully meant for you. Let it go. Let it move in the direction it needs to. 39. A father's feelings. I often wonder if the day my daughter gets married is the longest day of my life. It's definitely one of the few days filled with so much reflection and concern. A mother has her daughter for a time, as delicate as a thread in the sky. The birth of a daughter brings both joy and pain at once. These lines have stayed with me for over a quarter of a century. Curiously, I've found that any parent with a daughter feels this constant worry, just like I do. And then one day, it dawned on me that this worry is so overwhelming because the life of a daughter, of a woman, is fraught with difficulties. For thousands of years, mothers have soothed their children, grandmothers their grandchildren, through the fragile, easily shattered currents of life. Tomorrow, my daughter will step into a new world. It's a continuation of a duty we call happiness. But remember, behind that sweet door are the burdens of generations. Soon, you'll be a mother, and I bet you'll love your own children even more. Among the many hard-to-say things, perhaps the hardest is what I've never managed to express. It lies in the realm of infinite understanding and feeling. Has anyone ever fully felt or understood the language of a loving heart through the enduring years? I'm grateful for life, for letting us be parents. However brief these words might be, they must conclude with a wish, a heartfelt desire. My daughter, do you know? I pray that every day you truly grasp the essence of your duties, to understand why, whenever we are happy, we are suddenly moved to tears.
If you like this video, please comment 1. And if you don't, comment 2. Your feedback means a lot to us. Thank you for your valuable time.
40. The dream. It was a local race, one we had trained hard to enter. My latest leg injury hadn't fully healed, and I struggled with whether to run at all. Yet there I was, gearing up for the 200-meter race. On your marks, get set. The starting gun went off and we took off. The other girls quickly pulled ahead of me. Embarrassedly, I realized I was limping far behind everyone else. The lead runner finished 2 laps ahead of me. Way to go! The crowd cheered. It was the loudest cheer I'd ever heard at a race. Maybe I should just quit, I thought as I limped on. No one wants to wait for me to finish. But I decided to keep going. The last 2 laps were painful. I resolved not to run next year. It wasn't worth it, healed leg or not. I couldn't beat the girl who had lapped me twice. When I crossed the finish line, I heard loud cheers, just like when the lead girl had finished. What's going on? I wondered. I turned around and saw the boys getting ready to run. Right, they're cheering for the boys. As I was heading to the restroom, a girl bumped into me. Wow, you're really brave, she said. Brave? She must have mistaken me for someone else. I lost, I thought. If it were me, I couldn't have run 2 miles like you did. I would have quit after the first lap. Are you okay? We were all cheering for you. Did you hear? I couldn't believe it. A complete stranger cheered for me. Not because she wanted me to win, but because she wanted me to keep going and not give up. I felt a renewed hope. I decided I would compete next year. This girl had rekindled my dream. That day, I learned 2 things. First, a little kindness and belief in someone can change them a lot. Second, strength and courage aren't always measured by medals and victories. They're measured by the struggles we overcome. The strongest people aren't always those who win, but those who don't give up even when they lose. That day, I had just one dream. Maybe by the end of school, I could win this race with cheers as loud as the ones I received today. 41. A story about love. A guy took his close girlfriend to a cafe. After the waiter placed 2 glasses of water on the table and waited, the girl suddenly asked, "What do you think love is?" The guy smiled, turned to the waitress and said, "Could we have a pot of tea, a black coffee, a milk coffee, a glass of wine, and a champagne?" Once everything was served, the guy poured himself some tea and drank the first sip. He said, "Love is like this pot of tea. The first sip is rich and strong, the second is milder and gentler, and the third, love isn't like a pot of tea because after the third sip it doesn't taste the same anymore." He took a sip of the black coffee and added, "Love has the flavor of this coffee. At first, it might be bitter, but gradually, sweetness and aroma seep in. But love isn't like milk coffee. With milk coffee, you immediately taste the sweetness, which comes quickly and leaves just as fast. Love isn't like that." He poured away the milk coffee and continued, "Love is like this glass of wine. It's passionate, warm, and soothing." Then he drank the champagne. "No, love can't be this sharp and acidic aperitif." The guy was worried because he couldn't find the answer. Suddenly, he noticed the plain water glass on the table. He exclaimed, "Exactly. Look at that glass of water. It's so pure and simple. Just like how wine, coffee, and tea all start with water, love also starts with sincerity. And the simplest of things, my friend, love is the glass of water." The girl sat silently, her eyes wide open. Then she slowly picked up the glass of water and gently placed it in the guy's hand. The guy realized that he had found the right answer. 42. Frozen souls. 6 people, brought together by fate, found themselves stuck in a dark and cold cave. Each person had one small piece of wood while the main fire was slowly dying. The first woman was about to throw her piece of wood into the fire, but suddenly pulled back. She had just noticed a black man among the white faces. The second person glanced around the fire at the other faces and saw someone who did not attend the same church as him. So he also withheld his piece of wood. The third person, shivering in his tattered clothes, pulled his coat up to his neck. Looking at the person across from him, he thought, "Why should I sacrifice my wood to warm up that rich, fat pig?" The wealthy man stepped back slightly, calculating. This wood was hard to come by. Why should I share it with that lazy bum in tattered clothes? The fire flared up one last time, illuminating the face of the black man, his expression marked by resentment. "No, I won't allow myself to use this wood to warm these white folks." Only one person was left. Seeing the others lost in their silent judgments, he thought to himself, "I'll give my wood if someone else throws theirs into the fire first." As night fell, tension mounted among the 6, each clutching their piece of wood tightly. The fire turned to embers and then went out. The next morning, when the rescuers arrived, all 6 had frozen to death. They didn't die from the cold outside, but from the chill deep within their souls. 43. Just an ordinary person. An elderly woman struggles as she walks barefoot through the snow-covered street. A young couple carrying heavy bags and laughing together don't notice her as they pass by. A mother hurries her two young children to their grandmother's house, too rushed to pay attention. A busy office worker, deep in thought and carrying a stack of books, also walks by without noticing. The elderly woman tries to button her coat, but the buttons are all gone. She stops and leans against a corner at the bus stop. A well-dressed gentleman also waiting for the bus intentionally stands a bit away from her, thinking to himself that although the old lady looks harmless, she might be carrying some infectious disease. A young woman at the bus stop keeps glancing at the old woman's bare feet but says nothing. The bus arrives and the elderly woman slowly boards, sitting near the driver. The gentleman and the young woman quickly move to the back of the bus. The bus driver glances at the old woman and thinks to himself how he dislikes seeing such poverty. A young boy points at the elderly woman and exclaims to his mother, "Mom, she's barefoot. Didn't you say only naughty people go barefoot?" Embarrassed, his mother quickly pulls his hand down. "Andrew, it's not polite to point at others." Then she looks out the window. "Surely she must have grown children," whispers a woman in a fur coat, believing that the old woman's children should feel ashamed for letting her be in such a state. She then feels good about herself, proud of how well she takes care of her own mother. "There, everyone should learn to save money," comments a smartly dressed young man, suggesting that if the elderly woman had saved her money when she was younger, she wouldn't be in this situation. A compassionate businessman feels pity and hands the old woman a $10 bill, proudly saying, "Here, buy yourself some shoes." He returns to his seat, satisfied with his good deed. The bus stops to pick up more passengers, including a teenage boy in a large blue coat and headphones. He notices the elderly woman's bare feet, turns off his music, and feels a chill. He looks from her feet to his own, where he wears brand new, warm winter boots he saved up for and which his friends admire. But the boy kneels down, removes his shoes and socks, and sits next to the old woman. "Ma'am, here are some shoes for you." He carefully helps her put on the socks and shoes. The old woman is stunned, nodding slightly and whispering a quiet thank you. 44. Grandpa's Stories. Every night, the little boy would go into his grandpa's room, rest his chin on his grandpa's knees, and ask all kinds of questions, just like any kid would. But one day, he came into the room looking upset and frustrated. His grandpa said, "Sit down and tell me what happened today." The boy sat down on the floor, rested his chin on his grandpa's knees again, looked up at his grandpa's kind, wrinkled face, and started to cry quietly. After sobbing for a while, he began to tell his story. "Yesterday, Dad took me to the city so he could sell some stuff. He said if I was good and helped him wrap things for customers, he would buy me something I liked. I liked a lot of things in the city because I had never been there before. But in the end, I saw a shiny metal pen that was really pretty and small, so Dad bought it for me." At this point, the boy leaned his head on his grandpa's knee and was silent. Grandpa gently patted the boy's rough hair and asked, "Then what happened?" The boy didn't look up and answered, "I was waiting for Dad to get the car to take us home. But while I was waiting, some city kids came by and saw me. They circled around me and said mean things like I was dirty, a country bumpkin, and stupid to have such a nice pen. Then the biggest one pushed me, and I dropped the pen. Another kid grabbed it, and they all ran off laughing." As he said this, his annoyance seemed to return, and the boy said forcefully, "I hate them." Grandpa, with eyes that had seen a lot in his time, lifted the boy onto the bed to look him in the eyes. Grandpa said, "I'm going to tell you a story. There are times when I really hate cruel people, those who have no remorse, those who have too much, but hate often just wears us out and never affects the people we hate. It's like drinking poison and hoping the person we hate will get a stomachache and die. Almost everyone feels this way sometimes. It's as if there are two big dogs inside each of us, one white and one black. The white dog is kind and harms no one unless provoked. It only stands up when necessary and only acts appropriately. But the black dog is always angry. Even the smallest things can set it off. It fights everyone, every day, for no reason at all. It doesn't think because its anger and hate are too great. But it never really accomplishes anything. Being angry doesn't change things. Sometimes it's hard to live with both these dogs in our heads because they both want to control our minds. The boy looked eagerly at his grandpa and asked, "Which one wins, Grandpa?" Grandpa smiled. "The one I feed wins." As the bus stops again, the young man bids the old woman farewell and steps off, now barefoot in the snow. Other passengers peer out the window, watching the young man's bare feet and start murmuring among themselves. "What's wrong with that guy?" someone asks. "Is he an angel? Or perhaps God's own son?" But the young boy who had pointed earlier turns to his mother and says, "No, Mom, I saw it clearly. He's just an ordinary person." And indeed, it only takes an ordinary person to do such a thing. 46. 1,000 paper cranes. Sometimes the simplest gifts carry the deepest love. I knew a young man who folded 1,000 paper cranes for the woman he loved. At the time, he was just a regular employee at a company, with no glamorous future in sight, yet they were very happy together. One day, his girlfriend told him she was going to Paris and that they would never see each other again. She regretted it, but soon, his pain would be part of the past. She hoped it would just rest quietly in their memories. The young man agreed, but his heart was shattered. He threw himself into his work day and night and eventually started his own company. It not only helped him reach the heights that he couldn't before, which was why she had left him, it also helped him move on from the past. One rainy day while driving, the man spotted an elderly couple sharing an umbrella, struggling to stay dry. He immediately recognized them as the parents of his former love. His old feelings for them seemed to revive. He drove next to the elderly couple, hoping they would recognize him. He wanted them to see that he was no longer the man he used to be, that he now had his own company and could afford a luxury car. Yes, the very man their daughter had once rejected. The elderly couple continued slowly towards the cemetery. In a hurry, he got out of his car and followed them. And there, he saw his former girlfriend again, her gentle and warm smile as if time hadn't changed her, looking at him from a portrait on her tombstone. Next to her were the paper cranes he had made. That's when he learned the truth. She had never gone to Paris. She had been ill with cancer and hadn't survived. She always believed that one day he would accomplish great things and go far in his career. She didn't want to hold him back from his future, so she chose to leave him. She had hoped that her parents would place the paper cranes on her grave, so that one day, if fate allowed, he would find them there when he visited her again. If you find these stories inspiring and they motivate you to take action, please comment 9. If not, comment 0. Your feedback means a lot to us. Thank you for your valuable time. 47. Salty coffee. He met her at a party. She was incredibly pretty and charming, attracting many suitors while he was just an ordinary guy, hardly noticeable. At the end of the party, gathering all his courage, he asked her out for coffee. Surprisingly, she accepted, likely out of politeness. They sat quietly in a cafe. He was so nervous that he couldn't speak. The girl began to feel bored and wanted to leave. The guy fiddled with his coffee cup, picking it up and putting it down repeatedly. Just as the girl was about to stand up and excuse herself, he suddenly asked the server, "Could you please add some salt to my coffee?" Everyone in the cafe turned to look at him, and the girl was astonished. She asked why he had such an unusual preference. He hesitated, then explained, "I grew up near the sea. I love playing with the waves and the salty, bitter taste of the seawater. Yes, salty and bitter, like coffee with salt. Whenever I drink salty coffee like this, it reminds me deeply of my hometown and my parents." The girl looked at him with empathy, moved by his sincere feelings. She thought that someone who loved his hometown and parents so deeply must be a good person and would surely make a great husband and father. The conversation opened up as she also shared stories about her childhood and family. When they said goodbye, they both felt more relaxed and cheerful. As they continued to date, the girl realized how many good qualities the guy had. He was sincere, patient, and always understanding of her difficulties. And, like many other happy ending stories, they got married. They lived happily ever after. Every morning before he went to work, she made him a cup of salty coffee. However, unlike fairy tales, their story didn't end there. Years later, as they aged, the husband passed away first. After his death, the wife found a letter he had left. It read, "To the dearest girl I've ever loved. There's something I never had the courage to tell you. I deceived you, just once in my life. The day we first met, talking to you was a thrill for me. I was so nervous sitting across from you. I intended to ask for sugar in my coffee, but mistakenly asked for salt. Seeing your eyes then, I knew I couldn't take back what I had said, so I made up the story about the sea and salty coffee. I never liked or had salty coffee before. Many times I wanted to tell you the truth, but I was afraid. I promised myself that it would be the first and last time I lied to you. If I could do it all over again, I would do the same, to have you and to drink the salty coffee you make every day for the rest of my life. I love you." Tears blurred the wife's vision as she read the last lines of the letter. She folded the letter and slowly stood up, went to make herself a cup of salty coffee. If anyone asks her now what salty coffee tastes like, she would tell them, "It's very sweet." 48. There's only one. Everyone has just one mother who gives endless love unconditionally. She is the most precious treasure one has from birth. When her arms no longer embrace you, it means she has passed away. Each person has one heart. Keep it pure. The most perfect heart is one that has shared the most love. You may experience many loves in life. Your first love is unforgettable, but the last love is the most beautiful. A true lover is someone whose heart can warm you on the coldest days. Believe in love. There is always someone for everyone. A true friend brings calm, confidence, and peace, even in the toughest or most dangerous situations. That is a special gift of life. A warm look can say more than trivial words. A smile can work wonders. Everyone has at least one exceptional ability. They just haven't recognized it yet. Each person has one mouth. Use it carefully to keep from spreading harm and dirt. A book can change a person. A book with harmful content can corrupt, but no one succeeds with just one good book. Once a thief, always a thief. A person with nothing but a vast fortune is not as valuable as a poor person with knowledge, creativity, experience, and ideals. Money earned from hard work is much more valuable than thousands found or dishonestly obtained. Everyone has only one life to work and love with all their heart. The past is gone. The future is full of surprises. We have only the present to live and enjoy every moment. Some opportunities come only once in a lifetime. To the world, you may be just someone, but to someone you may be the whole world. So, right after reading this, do something worthwhile for your life. 49. True peace. A king offered a prize for the artist who could paint the best picture of peace. Many artists tried. The king looked at all the paintings, but he liked only two and had to choose between them. One picture was of a calm lake. The lake was a perfect mirror, reflecting the towering mountains around it. Above it was a blue sky with fluffy white clouds. Everyone who saw the picture thought it was a perfect depiction of peace. The other picture had mountains too, but these were rugged and bare. Above them was an angry sky from which rain poured down, with lightning flashing across it. A waterfall, white with froth, tumbled down the mountainside. This picture did not seem peaceful at all, but when the king looked closer, he saw behind the waterfall a small bush growing in a crack in the rock. In this bush, a mother bird was building her nest. There, in the midst of the raging waterfall, the mother bird sat peacefully on her nest. Truly peaceful. "The painting I choose," the king announced, "shows that peace does not mean to be in a place where there is no noise, trouble, or hard work. Peace means to be in the midst of all those things and still be calm in your heart. That is the true meaning of peace." 50. The perfect heart. There was a young man standing in the middle of town, claiming he had the most beautiful heart because it was flawless and unmarked. Everyone agreed it was the finest heart they had ever seen. Suddenly, an old man appeared and said, "Your heart is not as beautiful as mine." The young man in the crowd looked at the old man's heart. It was beating strongly but was covered in scars. Parts of his heart had been removed and other pieces had been patched in, but they didn't fit perfectly, leaving it uneven and bumpy. There were even gaps where no pieces had been filled in. The young man laughed and said, "You must be joking. My heart is perfect and yours is just a patchwork of scars and cuts." "Each scar on my heart represents someone I've loved," the old man explained. "Not just girlfriends, but also my parents, siblings, and friends. I've torn a piece of my heart and given it to them, and often they've given me a piece of theirs in return. But their pieces don't always match the ones I gave, so my heart has these rough patches that I cherish because they remind me of the love I've shared. Sometimes I gave a piece of my heart but got nothing in return, leaving these empty gaps. Love sometimes doesn't need to be reciprocated. Although these gaps are painful, I still hope that one day they will fill them with a piece of their heart." The young man stood silently with tears rolling down his face. He walked up, tore a piece from his perfect heart and gave it to the old man. The old man also tore a piece from his scarred heart and gave it to the young man. They fit together, but not perfectly, creating an uneven line on the young man's heart. His heart was no longer perfect, but was more beautiful than ever because it now contained the love of the old man. 51. Roses for Mom. He stopped at a flower shop to send roses to his mom through the mail, since she lives about 300 kilometers away. When he got out of his car, he saw a little girl crying on the sidewalk. He approached her and asked why she was crying. "I want to buy a rose for my mom," she sobbed, "but I only have 75 cents and a rose costs $2. He smiled and said to her, "Come here, I'll buy it for you." He bought the rose for the girl and also picked one for his mom. Afterward, he asked the girl if she needed a ride home. She happily looked at him and said, "Yes, could you take me to my mom's house?" She directed him to drive to a cemetery where a freshly made grave was located. She pointed to the grave and said, "This is where my mom lives." She tenderly placed the rose on the grave. Immediately, he drove back to the flower shop, canceled the mail order, and bought a beautiful bouquet of roses. That night, he drove the entire 300 kilometers to personally deliver the bouquet to his mom. 52. Boundless happiness. There is a profound joy in bringing happiness to others, regardless of our own circumstances. Shared sorrows are halved, but shared joys are doubled. Two men, both gravely ill, shared a hospital room. One could sit up for an hour each day to help clear his lungs, his bed next to the room's only window. The other man had to lie flat all day. They talked a lot about their families, homes, jobs, their military service, and vacations they had enjoyed. One afternoon, the man by the window spent his hour describing everything he could see outside. The other man eagerly awaited these descriptions each day. It was his 1 hour when the world came alive through the activities and colors outside. The window overlooked a park with a charming little pond. Ducks and geese played on the water while children sailed paper boats. Couples walked hand in hand among flowers under a brilliant sunset. Large trees offered cool shade, and the city skyline was visible in the distance. As the man by the window detailed these scenes with fine precision, the other could close his eyes and vividly imagine the picturesque setting. One day, the window-side man described a parade passing by. Though he couldn't hear the music, the other man felt as if he could see it all through his roommate's words. Time passed. One morning, a nurse bringing water for their baths discovered that the man by the window had passed away peacefully in his sleep. She informed his family to take him home. Later, the other man asked to be moved next to the window. The nurse agreed, allowing him some peace alone. Struggling, he propped himself up on his elbows to look out. Tensely, he looked out the window only to see a blank wall. He asked the nurse why his unfortunate roommate had described such wonderful scenes outside the window. The nurse explained that the man had been blind and couldn't even see the wall. She said, "Perhaps he just wanted to encourage you to be more courageous." 53. Are we really poor? One day, a wealthy father took his son to the countryside to show him how poor people live. They visited one of the poorest families' farm in the area. "This is to teach you to appreciate those who have harder lives than ours," the father thought, believing it was a real-life lesson for his young son. After spending some time there and getting to know their way of life, they headed home. On the way back, the father, seeing his son smiling, asked, "How was the trip?" "It was wonderful, Dad. I saw how poor people live." "Oh, really? What did you learn from our trip?" Without hesitation, the boy replied, "We have one dog. They have 4. Our pool reaches halfway across our yard. They have a river that goes on forever. We bring lamps outside. They have the stars at night. Our porch stops at the front yard. They have the whole horizon. We have a plot of land to live on. They have fields that go on forever. We have people who serve us. They serve others. We buy our food. They grow theirs. We have walls to protect us. They have neighbors who look out for each other." At this, the father was speechless. "Dad, I realized how poor we really are," the boy added. "Often we forget what we have and only focus on what we don't have. Some things may not mean much to one person but are greatly desired by another. It all depends on how each person views and values things. So don't worry too much about what you don't have yet. Appreciate what you do have no matter how small it may seem." 54. The divine design of fathers. When God created fathers, he started with a tall frame. A goddess standing nearby asked, "What kind of father is that? If you're creating little children, why make such tall fathers? He'll have to kneel to play marbles, bend over to tuck them into bed, and stoop to kiss them." God smiled and said, "Yes, but if I make him child-sized, who will make the children look up?" When God made the father's hands, they were large and strong. The goddess shook her head and said, "Those big hands won't be able to manage diaper pins, tiny buttons, and soft ribbons for ponytails." God smiled again and replied, "I know, but such hands will be big enough to catch the things a little boy drops from his pockets and gentle enough to cradle their faces." Then God molded long, slim legs and broad shoulders. The goddess muttered, "Don't you see that you're making a father who can't cradle a child in his arms?" God responded, "A mother needs to cradle a child in her arms, while a father needs broad shoulders to pull sleds, balance bicycles, and offer a place for a sleepy head on the way home from the circus." As God was crafting unusually large feet, the goddess blurted out, "That's a mistake. Do you really think those big boats will jump out of bed when the child cries or navigate a small birthday party without stepping on at least 3 tiny guests?" God smiled and answered, "They'll be fine. You'll see, they will support the child when he rides a horse or when they're startled by mice in the storeroom, and will wear shoes that amaze the children when they try them on." God worked through the night, giving the Father a voice of authority, eyes that saw everything, yet were calm and patient. Finally, almost as an afterthought, he added tears to the Father. Turning to the goddess, God asked, "Now, the fathers are as loving as mothers. Do you like that?" And the goddess said nothing more.
If you like this video, please comment 1. And if you don't, comment 2. Your feedback means a lot to us. Thank you for your valuable time.
55. Why feel down? One day, as I was driving home after work, I stopped at the park near my house to catch a local baseball game. Just as I settled onto a bench beside the field, I asked one of the kids there what the score was. "We're down 14-0, the kid replied with a smile. "Really?" I was surprised. "And you don't seem discouraged at all." "Discouraged?" The kid looked puzzled. "Why should I be? The game isn't over yet." 56. The Cookie Thief. A woman was sitting in the waiting room for many hours before her flight. She tried to find a good book at the bookstore, bought a box of cookies, and found a spot to rest. As she got lost in the pages of her book, she noticed the man sitting next to her, quite boldly, taking cookies from the box placed between them. To avoid a confrontation, she decided to ignore it. She kept reading, munching on cookies and anxiously checking her watch. Meanwhile, he shamelessly ate almost all her cookies. With each passing minute, her anger grew. If I weren't so kind, he'd have a bruised face. For every cookie she took, he took one too. When only one was left, she wondered what he would do. With a smile and an awkward gesture, he took the last one, broke it in half. He handed her one half and continued to eat the other. She snatched the cookie from his hand, thinking, "What nerve and how rude! How can he not even show any gratitude?" Not wanting to dwell on it as her anger peaked, she was relieved when her flight was announced. She gathered her things and walked to the gate, not even looking back at the ungrateful thief. She boarded the plane, slumped into her seat, and reached for the book she was almost done with. She rummaged through her bag and gasped in surprise. Her box of cookies was right there. "If my box is here," she exclaimed in despair, "then those were his cookies, and he was trying to share." It was too late to apologize, and she realized in regret that she was the rude one, the ungrateful thief. Treat others the way you want them to treat you. 57. Ageless Hearts. As the cruise ship sailed, many people enjoyed a relaxing 3-day voyage at sea. Ahead of me on the deck, there was a petite woman dressed in light brown clothes. Her shoulders were slightly stooped, and her short white hair just brushed her shoulders. Suddenly, from the ship's speakers, the familiar tune of "Begin the Beguine" began to play. Unexpectedly, right before my eyes, something wonderful happened. The woman, unaware of anyone behind her, moved gracefully and rhythmically to the music. As she approached the door leading to the dining car, she returned to her usual composed and slow pace. Young people often think that those of us in the later stages of life lack romance, a sense of adventure, or daydreams. They judge us by our outer appearance, by the wrinkles, by the expanding waistlines, and by the graying hair. They don't see the real person living inside us. No one knows that inside I still feel like a slender girl who grew up in a suburb of Boston. Deep down, I still see myself as the youngest daughter in a loving family, with a beautiful mother who cared deeply and a cheerful father always by my side. And I am still a romantic young woman longing for love, a young woman who wants to make her mark on the world. But who can I share this with? Like that woman, we still hold melodies in our hearts. With the life experiences we have gathered, we may appear grown up on the outside, but inside, we are still playful children, shy young girls, and young adults full of dreams. We carry within us the experiences of life and the aspirations we still reach for. In our hearts, the lively tunes of Begin the Beguine still resonate, and when we are alone, we dance. The true maturity of each person depends on how they treat others, gently with the young, warmly with the elderly, understandingly with the ambitious, and forgivingly with the weak and the strong. After all, at some point, everyone finds themselves in the shoes of these people. 58. Good news. Robert DiVincenzo, an excellent golfer from Argentina, had just won a tournament. After receiving his prize check and taking pictures with the press, he headed back to the clubhouse to prepare to leave. A little later, as he was walking alone to the parking lot, a young woman approached him. She congratulated him on his victory and then told him about her child who was seriously ill and unlikely to survive. Currently, she didn't know how to pay for the medical and hospital bills. Moved by the woman's story, DiVincenzo signed his prize check and handed it to her. "Please take this to care for the little one," he said, pressing the check into her hand. The following week, during lunch at the clubhouse, an official from the Professional Golfers Association came over to him and said, "Some kids in the parking lot last week told me you met a woman there after the tournament." DiVincenzo nodded. The official continued, "Well, I have some news for you. She's a scam artist. She doesn't even have a sick child. She's not even married. You've been tricked, my friend." Vincenzo asked, "So, you mean to tell me there's no child who's about to die?" "That's right," the official replied. "That's the best news I've heard all week," DiVincenzo said. Both looked up into the evening sky through the window bars. One saw nothing but darkness, while the other saw twinkling stars. 59. Tommy's essay. In just a moment, both of Tommy's parents, who recently separated, will attend the parent-teacher conference about his declining grades and disruptive behavior. However, neither of them knows that they were invited at the same time. Tommy, their only son, used to be a cheerful, well-behaved, and excellent student. Now, I don't know how to tell Tommy's parents that his recent poor performance is a reaction to the immense pain he feels due to their separation and impending divorce. Tommy's mother enters the room and sits down on the chair I placed near my desk. Then, Tommy's father arrives. They both deliberately ignore each other. As I hand them Tommy's detailed behavior and academic report, I secretly wish for a way to bring them closer together and make them realize how their actions have affected their son. Yet, I find myself unable to speak. Perhaps one of the messy, scribbled papers Tommy wrote could help them understand. I find the crumpled, tear-stained paper in Tommy's desk drawer. The writing is scribbled, densely covering both sides of the paper. I smooth out the paper gently and hand it to Tommy's mother. She reads it and silently hands it to her husband. Tommy's father frowns, but then his face softens. Time seems to stand still as he quietly reads and rereads the scribbled lines from his son. Finally, he carefully folds the paper, reaches out and takes his wife's hand. She wipes the tears from her eyes and smiles at him. My eyes also well up with tears, but it seems no one notices. God has shown me how to reunite Tommy's family. He helped me find the paper filled with lines written from the heavy heart of a troubled boy. "Dear Dad, dear Mom, I love you both. I love you both. I love you both." 60. There are eyes that watch over you every day. There are ears that listen to every word you say. There are hands eager to follow your lead. And there's a little boy who dreams of one day being just like you. You are this adorable child's hero. He truly believes you're the smartest person, without a doubt. He hangs on your every word and watches your every move, and this little boy will speak and act just as you have done. There's a little boy with bright eyes who believes you are always right and watches you every day. You are setting an example through your actions. He will watch and grow to be just like you. 61. God's gift. God placed it into her hands on a warm summer day. She trembled with a strange emotion upon seeing its fragile form. It was an incredibly special gift that God had entrusted to her, a gift that would one day belong to the world. Until that day, God said she would be its protector, its guardian. The young woman understood this and respectfully took the gift home, determined to be worthy of God's trust. At first, she never took her eyes off it, protecting it from what she perceived as threats. She watched anxiously whenever it stepped out of the warm cocoon she had lovingly placed it in. However, she soon realized that she couldn't shelter it forever. It needed to learn to navigate the rough edges of life to grow strong. With her deep care, she gradually gave it more space, enough for it to grow naturally and comfortably. One day she noticed that the gift had changed significantly. It was no longer weak and delicate. Now it was strong and sturdy, as if it harbored an inner strength. Over time, she saw the gift become stronger and tougher. Deep in her heart, she knew her time with her precious gift wouldn't last much longer. The inevitable day came when God returned to take the gift away and place it into the world. The woman felt a deep sadness, knowing she would always remember its presence in her life. With sincere gratitude, she thanked God for the privilege of caring for the precious gift for so many years. Straightening her shoulders, she held her head high with pride, knowing that it truly was a very special gift. This gift would blend with the beauty and essence of the world around it, and so the mother let her child step into the world. 62. The courage of the heart. I sat quietly on the old creaky chair in the auditorium, my video camera still humming on my shoulder, tears streaming down my cheeks. My 6-year-old daughter was on stage, calm, confident, focused, singing from her heart. I felt anxious, restless, moved, trying to hold back the tears. Listen closely. Can you hear the heartbeat sounds of the world around you? She sang. Her cute face looked up at the lights, round and familiar, so different from my thin face. Her eyes met the audience with all her belief. She knew they all loved her. Her eyes looked nothing like mine. Above the valleys, below the plains, all over the world, the heartbeat is the same. The face of her birth mother then turned to me from the stage. The eyes of a young woman who once looked at me with trust now scanned the audience. My daughter inherited those slightly upturned eyes and chubby, rosy cheeks from her birth mother, cheeks I couldn't stop kissing. Whether white or black, reddish or tanned, it's the heart of humanity. Oh, the heart keeps beating, keeps beating. She finished her performance. The audience erupted, and so did I. Applause broke out sharply, and they stood up to show Melanie how much they liked her song. She smiled. She knew it. And I burst into tears. I felt so lucky to be her mother. She has brought me so much joy that my heart swells with happiness. The heart of humanity, the heart of courage shows us the way when we are lost. The heart makes strangers grow closer. It is the heart her birth mother showed me. Melanie heard her mother's voice deep from within that brave heart. That brave heart belonged to a 16-year-old girl who chose to have Melanie out of unconditional love. A woman who thought she could give her child something no one else could, a better life than her own. As I hugged Melanie tightly and praised her excellent performance, she shook my arm and looked up asking, "Why are you crying, Mom?" I told her, "Because I'm so proud of you. You did an amazing job today." I felt the bonds of love tighten as I hugged her, not just with my strong arms and loving heart, but also with all the endless love of her birth mother. the beautiful and brave woman who gave birth to my precious daughter and trusted me to take care of her. I had the love of both mothers, the love of the birth mother with the courage to share, and the love of the adoptive mother whose empty arms were filled with love, and our hearts beat as one. If you find these stories inspiring and they motivate you to take action, please comment 9. If not, comment 0. Your feedback means a lot to us. Thank you for your valuable time. 63. What does adopted mean? First grade teacher Debbie Moon was discussing a family portrait with her students. In the picture, one boy's hair color was completely different from the other family members. One student remarked that the boy must be adopted, and Jocelyn J., who is also adopted, said, "I know a lot about being adopted because I am adopted myself." "So, what does being adopted mean?" another student asked. "Being adopted means that instead of being born from your mom's belly, you were raised and loved from her heart," Jocelyn proudly replied. 64. PACO, come home. In a small town in Spain, a man named Jorge had a big argument with his son Paco. The next day, Jorge discovered Paco's bed was empty. The boy had run away. Overwhelmed with regret about the fight, Jorge took a hard look at himself and realized that his son was more important to him than anything else. Wanting to start over, Jorge went to a popular store in the town center and put up a large sign that read, "Paco, please come home. Dad loves you. Meet me here tomorrow morning." The following morning, when Jorge arrived at the store, he found not just one, but 7 boys named Paco who had run away from home, all waiting there. Each one responded to the call of love, hoping it was their own father inviting them back home with open arms. 65. Little ALMIE Rose. 2 months before Christmas, our 9-year-old daughter ALMIE Rose said she wanted a new bicycle. But as Christmas approached, it seemed like she had forgotten about this wish. We bought her a popular nurse doll set and a dollhouse instead. However, contrary to our thoughts, 2 days before Christmas, ALMIE Rose still expressed that she preferred the bicycle over any other toy. By then, it was too late. With hundreds of things to prepare for the Christmas party and last-minute gifts to buy, we didn't have time to find the perfect bike for ALMIE Rose. So, at 9 p.m. on Christmas Eve, while ALMIE Rose and her 6-year-old brother Dylan were snugly curled up in bed, my husband and I were still awake, feeling guilty for disappointing our daughter. What if I sculpt a bicycle out of clay and write a note saying she can exchange it for a real one? My husband suggested. It seemed like a good idea since bikes were hard to find, and she was already acting very mature about not fussing over presents. So my husband spent 4 hours meticulously sculpting a miniature bike. On Christmas morning, we were anxious as ALMIE Rose opened the small, heart-shaped package containing the red and white clay bicycle. Finally, the moment came when she opened it and read aloud the note I had written. "Is it true that I can exchange this clay bike Dad made for a real one?" "Yes, my dear." I smiled brightly. Tears twinkled in ALMIE Rose's eyes as she replied, "I will never exchange the bike Dad made for me. I like to keep this one more than getting a real bike." At that moment, we felt so happy we could go to the ends of the earth to buy her any bike she wanted. 66. Learning from geese. When you see a flock of geese flying together in a V formation, you might wonder why they fly that way. Science has discovered that when a goose flaps its wings, it creates uplift for the goose flying behind it. By flying in a V formation, the whole flock adds at least 71% more flying power than if each bird flew alone. People who share a common direction and sense of community can get where they are going quicker and easier because they are traveling on the thrust of one another. If a goose falls out of formation, it suddenly feels the drag and resistance of trying to fly alone and quickly gets back into formation to take advantage of the lifting power from the bird in front. If we have the sense of a goose, we will stay in formation with those who are headed the same way we are. When the lead goose gets tired, it rotates back in the wing and another goose flies point. It is sensible to take turns doing demanding jobs, whether with people or with geese flying south. The geese in the back honk to encourage those up front to keep up their speed. What message do we send when we honk from behind? Finally, when a goose gets sick or is wounded by gunshots and falls out, two geese fall out of formation and follow it down to help and protect it. They stay with the fallen goose until it is able to fly or until it dies, and then they launch out on their own, or with another formation to catch up with their group. If we have the sense of a goose, we will stand by each other in difficult times. 67. Adam's story. After recovering from her second heart surgery at the Children's Hospital in Western Ontario, my 6-year-old daughter, Kelly, was moved from the intensive care unit to a general ward with other patients. Since part of this ward was not in use, Kelly had to stay in a room designated for cancer patients. In the room next door, a 6-year-old boy named Adam was battling leukemia. Every month, Adam had to come to the hospital for chemotherapy treatments. During these visits, he would often come to Kelly's room to play, pushing his IV stand along with him. Despite the discomfort of his treatments, Adam was always smiling and cheerful around everyone. He could keep us laughing for hours with his stories. He always found something positive and funny in any situation, even when it was tough. On the day Kelly was discharged, I felt tired and worried for her. The gloomy and heavy atmosphere outside made me even more sad. As I stood looking at the rain through the window, Adam came to our room as usual. I told him it was a really dreary day. With his bright smile, Adam turned to me and happily said, "For me, every day is beautiful." From that day on, I never had a dreary day again. Even the gloomiest days seemed bright and pleasant as I remembered the wise words of the brave 6-year-old boy named Adam. As long as you have spirit, you can embrace life. 68. The hand. On Thanksgiving Day, a first-grade teacher asked her students to draw a picture of what they were thankful for. She was curious to see what these underprivileged children truly appreciated. She expected most of her students to draw pictures of turkeys or tables laden with food. However, she was surprised to see the drawing by a boy named Douglas, which simply featured a hand. Why did Douglas draw a hand? And whose hand was it? The class was intrigued by Douglas's drawing. "I think it must be God's hand bringing us food," one boy said. "It's the hand of a farmer," another chimed in, "because he raises the turkeys." As the other students went back to their work, the teacher leaned over Douglas's desk and quietly asked him whose hand it was. "It's your hand, teacher," he whispered. This reminded her that during breaks, she often held Douglas's hand. She did this with other students too. But for Douglas, a quiet and lonely child, this gesture meant the world. Perhaps this was what Thanksgiving was truly about. Not just the material things we receive, but the small, meaningful acts we share with others. 69. The great value of a disaster. In December 1914, Thomas Edison's laboratory was completely destroyed by a fire. Despite the damages exceeding $2 million, the insurance only covered $238,000, and this was because the building was made entirely of concrete, which was considered fireproof. The fire that night destroyed many of Edison's life's works. As the fire was still raging, Edison's 24-year-old son, Charles, frantically searched through the smoke and debris for his father. He finally found Edison calmly observing the scene. his face glowing red from the fire's reflection, his white hair fluttering in the wind. My heart ached seeing him, Charles recounted. At 67, he was no longer young and starting over seemed impossible. When he saw me, he shouted, "Charles, where is your mother?" When I said I didn't know, he replied, "Find her and bring her here right now. She will never get to see something like this again in her lifetime." The next morning, looking over the ruins, Edison said, "This disaster has brought us great value. All our past mistakes have been wiped clean. Thank God. Now, we can start anew." 3 weeks after the fire, Edison introduced the first phonograph. Adapted from The Sower Seeds by Brian Kavanaugh. If your house ever burns down, warm yourself by the fire. 70. A place to return. A little girl, orphaned by her parents, lived with her grandmother in a small room upstairs. One night, their house suddenly caught fire, and the grandmother died trying to save her granddaughter. The flames spread quickly, engulfing the ground floor in a sea of fire. The neighbors called the firefighters and stood helplessly watching, unable to enter the house because the flames blocked all paths. The girl desperately cried for help from an upstairs window. At that time, there was a rumor in the crowd that the firefighters would be delayed a few minutes because they were busy with another fire elsewhere. Suddenly, a man appeared with a ladder. He quickly leaned it against the house wall and went inside. He emerged with the girl in his arms. He handed the girl to the waiting arms below and then disappeared into the night. Investigations revealed that the girl had no remaining relatives. A few weeks later, a meeting was held to decide who would take care of and raise her. A teacher wanted to adopt the girl, arguing that she could provide a good education. A farmer offered to take her in, believing she would be healthy and comfortable living on a farm. Others also presented favorable reasons to adopt her. Finally, the wealthiest person in town stood up and said, "I can provide this girl with all the favorable conditions everyone just mentioned, plus money and everything that money can buy." Throughout the discussion, the girl remained silent, looking down at the floor. "Does anyone else want to speak?" the chairman asked. A man from the back of the room walked slowly and painfully to the front. When he reached everyone, he walked straight to the girl and held out his hands. Everyone was astonished. His hands and arms were severely burned. The girl burst into tears. "This is the man who saved me." Then she hugged him tightly, clinging to the life she loved as she had on that fateful night. She buried her head in his shoulder and wept for a moment. Then she looked up and smiled at him. "The meeting is adjourned," the chairman declared. 71. Unexpected riches, a simple act of kindness. "Excuse me, ma'am, are you rich?" Two little kids, huddled together in an oversized tattered coat, stood behind the door shivering as they asked me, "Would you like to buy some old newspapers?" I was busy and just wanted to say no and move on, but when I looked down at their tiny soaked sandals from the sleet, I couldn't turn them away. "Come inside, I'll make each of you a hot cocoa." They quietly followed me in. Their drenched sandals were placed on the hearth to dry. Hot cocoa and toast with jam could warm their hearts against the biting cold outside. After feeding the children, I went back to the kitchen to continue working on my frustrating budget. The silence in the living room felt strange. I peeked inside. The girl was holding her empty cup, looking at it admiringly. The boy hesitantly asked, "Excuse me, ma'am, are you rich?" "Rich? No, not at all," I said, looking disdainfully at my worn tablecloth. The girl carefully placed the cup on the saucer. "Your cups match the plates so well," she said enviously. Then they left, clutching their bundle of old newspapers, wrapping themselves against the bitter wind. They didn't say thank you, but really they didn't need to. What they did for me was more than thanks. My plain green ceramic cups and plates are just ordinary, but they match perfectly. I tasted my potato dish and stirred the soup. The potatoes and soup, even my home and my husband with his stable job, all fit me well. I returned the chair in front of the fireplace to its place and tidied up the room. The mud from the kids' wet sandals still marked the hearth, but I didn't wipe it away. I wanted to keep it, just in case I ever forget how rich I truly am. 72. Unity and Compassion, a story of young friendship and resilience. I still believe in today's youth. Occasionally, when I take flights to give talks, I find myself lucky to sit next to people who enjoy chatting. It's always a delight because I enjoy listening to others. I've heard many stories about sadness, joy, fears, resentment, and other fascinating subjects. However, it's disheartening when I have to sit next to someone who just wants to vent all their frustration to an unwilling audience beside them during a long 600-mile journey. Once, I had to endure a lecture about how terrible the world is today. You know, the youth these days are just... He went on and on about how bad the youth are today, mostly based on the daily 6 o'clock news without any filter. I was relieved to disembark the plane, and on my way to the hotel, I picked up a local newspaper. Inside, there was an article that I thought deserved front-page placement. The article was about a 15-year-old boy with brain cancer, undergoing radiation and chemotherapy. A side effect of the treatment was hair loss. I remember how I would have felt at his age, probably embarrassed and miserable. His friends came up with a solution. All the boys in his class asked their families if they could shave their heads so he wouldn't be the only one without hair at school. And right there in the paper was a photo of a mother shaving her son's head, with the family looking on happily. Yes, I still believe in today's youth.
If you like this video, please comment 1. And if you don't, comment 2. Your feedback means a lot to us. Thank you for your valuable time.
73. Dare to Believe. A little boy crossed the baseball field, his cap neatly in place, a bat in one hand and a ball in the other. He proudly told himself, "I am the best baseball player in the world." After saying this, he tossed the ball into the air, swung his bat with all his might, but missed. Undeterred, he picked up the ball, threw it again, and murmured, "I will always be the best." He swung at the ball again, but, like before, he missed. The boy paused for a moment to carefully check his ball and bat. Once more, he threw the ball into the air, declaring, "I am the greatest player in history." He swung hard with his bat and missed yet again. "Oh, wow!" the boy exclaimed. "What a great player I am!" 74. The Story of the Majestic Brooklyn Bridge. The Brooklyn Bridge stretches over the river between Manhattan and Brooklyn and is considered a marvel of engineering. In 1883, an inventive engineer named John Roebling was inspired by the idea of building this remarkable bridge. However, many experts warned him to abandon the idea, saying it was impossible. Undeterred, he convinced his son, Washington, who was also a promising engineer. Together, they nurtured the idea of how to build the bridge and overcome any challenges. They managed to persuade banks to fund the project. Excited and passionate, they hired workers and began building the bridge of their dreams. Just a few months into the project, disaster struck. An accident at the construction site claimed John Roebling's life, and Washington suffered severe brain injuries, leaving him unable to walk or talk. Everyone thought the project would fall apart since only the Roebling father and son truly understood how to construct this bridge. Despite his physical limitations, Washington Roebling's mind remained sharp. One day, while in the hospital, he came up with a way to create a communication code. The only movement he could make was twitching one finger. Using this code, he communicated his thoughts by tapping his finger, conveying messages to his wife to pass on to the engineers continuing the work on the bridge. Over the next 13 years, Washington directed the construction using just his one moving finger until the majestic Brooklyn Bridge was finally completed. 75. Lessons from effort. This is a lesson that my 10-year-old daughter Sarah, who must always wear a leg brace due to a congenital deformity, taught me. It was a beautiful spring day when Sarah came home from school and excitedly told me about participating in the school's sports day. Thinking of Sarah's legs, I immediately prepared some comforting words to keep her from getting discouraged. But before I could say anything, Sarah excitedly exclaimed, "Dad, I won 2 races." I couldn't believe it. And Sarah added, "I have an advantage over the others, Dad." Ah, I see. I imagined that Sarah had been given a head start at the starting line compared to her peers, or something similar. But once again, she surprised me by saying, "No, Dad, I wasn't given a head start. My advantage is that I always know I have to try really hard." 76. Overcoming adversity. We, who have lived in concentration camps, still remember the few individuals who moved from tent to tent, comforting others and giving away their last pieces of bread. They were only a handful among many in the camp, but they provided compelling evidence that one thing cannot be taken from us: the last of the human freedoms, the freedom to choose our attitude in any given circumstance, to choose our own way of life. The greatest strength that we possess is the power of choice. 77. What really matters? A few years ago, at a sports event for disabled athletes held in Seattle, 9 athletes lined up at the starting line to participate in a 95-meter sprint. All of them had physical or intellectual disabilities. When the starting gun sounded, they were all determined to run to the finish line as fast as possible to win the race. Suddenly, a young boy slipped on the track. He fell several times and began to cry. Hearing his cries, the other 8 athletes slowed down and eventually stopped. They all turned back and went over to him. One girl, who has Down syndrome, bent down, kissed the boy, and said, "This will make you feel better." Finally, all 9 athletes held hands and finished the race together. Everyone in the stadium stood up and cheered for the athletes continuously for 10 minutes. 78. Think about this. In 1889, Rudyard Kipling, who later won the Nobel Prize in Literature in 1907, received a rejection letter from the San Francisco judges stating, "I'm sorry, Mr. Kipling, but you just don't know how to use English." Winston Churchill failed his 6th grade exams. He became the Prime Minister of the UK at the age of 62, after a lifetime of setbacks. His greatest contributions came after he retired. Albert Einstein didn't speak until he was 4 and didn't read until he was 7. His teacher once said about him, "He is slow to learn and antisocial, always lost in foolish dreams." He was expelled from school and rejected by the Zurich Polytechnic. Louis Pasteur was just an average student who ranked 15 out of 22 in chemistry. General Douglas MacArthur was rejected from West Point not once, but twice. On his 3rd try, he was accepted and went on to make significant military achievements. In 1944, Emmeline Snively, director of the Blue Book Modeling Agency, told aspiring model Norma Jean Baker, Marilyn Monroe, "You'd be better off as a secretary or getting married." When rejecting the British rock band The Beatles, a manager at Decca Records said, "We don't like their sound. Guitar groups are on the way out." In 1954, Jimmy Denny, manager of the Grand Ole Opry, fired Elvis Presley after just one performance. He told Presley, "You're going nowhere, son. You ought to go back to driving a truck." When Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone in 1876, it wasn't immediately embraced. President Rutherford Hayes remarked, "That's an amazing invention, but who would ever want to use one?" Before inventing the light bulb, Thomas Edison conducted over 2,000 experiments. A young reporter asked him how it felt to fail so many times. He replied, "I have never failed once. I invented the light bulb. It just took 2,000 steps to get it right." After losing most of his hearing by age 46, German composer Ludwig van Beethoven was completely deaf. Despite this, he composed some of his greatest symphonies in the last years of his life. Failure is simply the opportunity to begin again, this time more intelligently. 79. Pain will pass, but beauty remains. Although Henri Matisse was nearly 28 years younger than Auguste Renoir, the two great painters were always close friends and deeply connected. When Renoir became ill and confined himself to his house for the last 10 years of his life, Matisse visited him daily. Renoir, almost paralyzed by severe rheumatism, continued to paint despite the pain. One day, while watching his old friend work in the studio, struggling against the physical agony with each brushstroke, Matisse exclaimed, "Auguste, why don't you rest instead of painting in such pain?" Renoir looked at him and replied, "The pain will pass, but the beauty remains." Until nearly his last day, Renoir kept applying strokes to the canvas. One of his most famous works, The Bathers, was completed 2 years before he died, which was 14 years after he began suffering from this severe illness. Weakness of character is truly the greatest flaw that cannot be changed. 80. What we never said. My son Joey was born with a leg deformity. The doctors assured us that after treatment he could walk normally, but running would be tough for him. During his first 3 years, Joey underwent countless surgeries and was often in casts. By the time he was 8, you couldn't tell he had a problem just by watching him walk. Like any kid his age, Joey loved to run and play tag with his friends without any hesitation. We never told him that he might never run like the others, so my son didn't know that. In 7th grade, Joey decided to join the school's cross-country team. He practiced daily with the team. Joey trained harder and ran more than anyone else, perhaps because he felt that running was more challenging for him than for others. Although the entire team practiced together, only the top 7 runners who could potentially win for the school were chosen to compete. We never told Joey that it was unlikely for him to be among this leading group. So my son didn't know that. Joey consistently ran 4 to 5 miles a day, even when he had a fever of 102 degrees Fahrenheit. That day, I was so worried that I decided to go to the school during his practice time to check on him. When I arrived, I found Joey running alone. When I asked, he simply said, "I'm okay." He still had 2 more miles to finish his run for the day. Sweat drenched his face and his eyes seemed blurred from the fever, but Joey kept looking ahead and continued running. We never told him that he couldn't run 4 miles with a high fever. So, my son didn't know that. 2 weeks later, the names of the students selected for the cross-country team were announced. Joey was 6th on the list. My son made the team. He was the only 7th grader, while all others were 8th graders. We never told our son that he couldn't do it. And because we never said it, Joey never knew. He just kept trying his hardest. Only time can polish a senseless stone into a radiant gem, transform an ordinary person into a great one, and prove the most genuine values. 81. Never give up. Many years ago, while excavating an ancient Egyptian tomb, an archaeologist discovered seeds buried in a piece of wood. Amazingly, when planted, these seeds sprouted, revealing their life force after being buried for over 3,000 years. Could it be that our human conditions are so discouraging and prone to failure that we don't recognize our potential and resign ourselves to living in silent despair? Or do we also have seeds of ability within us, urging us to rise so powerfully that even the toughest circumstances can't hold us back. Consider this widely shared story from the Associated Press on May 23, 1984. As a young girl, Mary Grote couldn't read or write and was considered developmentally delayed. As a teenager, she was labeled unmanageable and spent 2 years in a correctional facility. Surprisingly, it was here that Mary began to learn, studying 16 hours a day. Her efforts paid off with a high school diploma. However, Mary's struggles continued. After leaving the facility, she became pregnant and received no support. 2 years later, during her second pregnancy, she suffered a stroke that erased her hard-won ability to read and write. With her father's support, Mary fought her illness and reclaimed her lost skills. Despite financial difficulties, Mary persevered. To escape poverty, she adopted 7 children at once. Around the same time, she began studying at a community college. After completing her course, she applied and was accepted into Albany Medical College. In the spring of 1984 in Oregon, Mary Grote Lewis, now married, walked across the stage in her graduation robe. No one knew what she was thinking as she reached out to receive her diploma, a testament to her self-belief and perseverance. That diploma told the world, here, on this tiny spot on Earth stands a person who dared to dream the seemingly impossible, a person who showed us all the remarkable things humans are capable of achieving. Here stands Mary Grote Lewis, Maryland. Dream big and nurture your dreams, for they are the driving force behind the greatest achievements of your life. If you find these stories inspiring and they motivate you to take action, please comment 9. If not, comment 0. Your feedback means a lot to us. Thank you for your valuable time. 82. Glory. Glory isn't about how often you make mistakes or stumble, nor is it about the scale of your achievements. True glory belongs to those who have truly fought in the arena, with faces marred by dust, sweat, and blood. It belongs to those who have bravely battled, those who have failed or fallen many times, because no effort is free from errors and shortcomings. Glory belongs to those who selflessly sacrifice for a common purpose, striving until the last moment for a magnificent victory. And if they fail while giving their all, no one should see them as cowards or indifferent, as people who never truly experience the emotions of victory or defeat. In any endeavor, the level of success is always measured by your confidence. 83. The most beautiful angel. For the past 20 years, I have given speeches to various audiences while dressed very much like President Benjamin Franklin, complete with his attire. One day, I was visiting and talking with students at an elementary school. A student raised his hand and said, "I thought you were dead." This was an unusual question, and I tried to find the right answer. Yes, he died on April 17, 1790, at the age of 84, but he didn't like it and he never plans to do it again. I immediately encouraged the kids to ask more questions and called on a boy at the back of the class who was raising his hand. The boy asked me, "So, when you were in heaven, did you see my mom there?" My heart stopped. I wished the ground would split open and swallow me up. At that moment, all I could tell myself was, accept it. I realized that the boy, only 11 years old, asking this in front of his classmates meant that this sad event had just happened or was a significant concern for him. I also knew I needed to say something comforting. Then I replied, "I'm not sure if I met your mom among the people I met, but if I did, she must have been the most beautiful angel in heaven." The smile on the boy's face told me it was the right answer. I don't know where those words came from, but I think I might have just gotten a little help from the most beautiful angel in heaven. The heart of a fool is in his mouth, but the mouth of the wise is in his heart. 84. to always remember me. The day will come when I'll lie on a neatly made white hospital bed in a place always filled with people struggling between life and death. Eventually, a doctor will declare that my brain has stopped working and that my life is nearly over. When that happens, please don't try to keep me alive with machines. And don't call it the bed where I died. Call it the bed of life and take my body to help others live a fuller life. Please give my eyes to a man who has never seen the sunshine, a child's face, or the love in a woman's eyes. Donate my heart to someone living in constant pain with a failing heart. Give my blood to a young man pulled from a wrecked car so he can see his grandson play. Give my kidneys to a patient fighting daily with dialysis. Take my bones, muscles, blood vessels, and nerves and find a way to help a disabled child walk. Study every part of my brain. Take the cells, if necessary, and grow them so that someday a mute boy will shout with joy at a sports game and a deaf girl will hear the rain outside her window. Whatever remains of me, please cremate and let the ashes scatter in the wind to help the trees grow and bloom. If there must be a burial, bury my faults, weaknesses, and all the prejudices I had about the people around me. Give my sins to the devil and offer my soul to God. And if you want to remember me, do it by showing kindness or speaking lovingly to someone in need. If you do all that I wish, I will live on forever. 85. Please dress my child in the red outfit. My job involves caring for children who carry the virus that causes AIDS. The relationships I've developed with these special children are an invaluable gift to me. Let me share with you the story of courage about a boy named Tyler. From birth, Tyler was infected with HIV by his mother. As an infant, he survived on numerous medications. Sometimes, he also needed oxygen support. However, Tyler never gave up for a single moment against this deadly disease. We often saw him playing or running around the yard carrying a heavy backpack of medicine and dragging an oxygen tank behind him. Tyler's youthful joy gave him strength and amazed all of us who knew him, appearing miraculous. Seeing that Tyler was running too fast, his mother dressed him in a red outfit so that every time she looked out the window to watch Tyler playing in the yard, she could easily spot him. The terrifying disease eventually overcame even a resilient boy like Tyler. He weakened, and sadly, his mother was also in the same condition. When she felt Tyler didn't have much time left, she talked and comforted him by saying she was going to die soon too and would be with him in heaven. A few days before his death, Tyler signaled for me to come close to his bed and whispered, "I'm going to die soon, but I'm not afraid. When I die, please dress me in the red outfit." Mom promised she would come to heaven with me. When Mom arrives, I might be playing with friends, and I want her to recognize me right away. 86. The ever-optimistic kid. We are blessed with 3 wonderful sons. Our middle child, Billy, is known as the ever-optimistic kid. He's always the first to wake up, rushing into our bedroom at 5 a.m. Despite our reminders to be quiet and go back to sleep, he would whisper in frustration, "It's going to be a beautiful morning today. I can hear the birds singing outside." When we told Billy to be quiet, he would respond, "I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to myself." At preschool, his teacher asked the class to draw a tiger. Billy isn't the best at drawing, and his tiger ended up with one eye closed and the other slightly open. When asked why his tiger was winking, Billy replied, "Because it's saying, 'I'm watching you, kid.'" Once he argued with his older brother about whether a man on TV was really bald. Billy insisted, "He's not bald. He's only bald when he looks at you. When he goes away, he has lots of hair." Our youngest son fell seriously ill with a kidney disease on a Tuesday and passed away by Friday of the same week. The evening after Tanner's funeral, I lay beside Billy for our usual chat. That night, we lay in the dark, mostly silent. Suddenly, Billy said, "I'm very sad about what happened to our family. But I'm even sadder for many other people." Who was he talking about? The people who never got to know Tanner. Aren't we lucky to have had Tanner with us for 20 months? Look, so many people never get that chance. We are truly the lucky ones. 87. Memories etched in my heart. One day, while sitting quietly in a room waiting for an appointment, a strange feeling washed over me. I quickly checked to ensure I was awake and not dreaming, and I realized I had gone further than anyone's dream could ever take me. Each thought was like a drop of water falling into a still lake, and I marveled at the peace of each silent moment passing by. Then suddenly, the face of my mother appeared. Her face before Alzheimer's cruelly took her memory, leaving her unable to recognize her own family and causing her to lose over 22 pounds. Her beautiful silver hair framed her delicate face. She looked so real and close that I felt I could reach out and touch her. I could even smell her favorite perfume, Joy. It seemed she was waiting for something and said nothing. "Mom, I'm so sorry you had to endure such a terrible disease," I said. She shook her head gently as if she understood the hardships she had endured. Then she smiled, a loving smile, and clearly said, "But all I remember is your love." After that, she disappeared. I shivered as the room suddenly felt cold, and I knew that only the love we give and receive is what we truly remember. All pain will pass, but love remains forever. My mother's words are the most precious things I have ever heard, and that moment is forever etched in my heart. 88. Nobody left out. Chad is a quiet, shy boy. One day, after coming home from school, he told his mom that he wanted to make Valentine's cards for everyone in his class. His mom's heart sank. She thought to herself, "I wish he wouldn't do this." She had seen groups of kids laughing and chatting as they walked home from school, but Chad was never among them. However, she decided to help him. She bought paper, glue, and colored pencils. Every evening, Chad diligently made cards until he had all 35 ready. On Valentine's Day, Chad was very excited. He carefully packed all the cards into his bag and skipped to school. His mom decided to bake his favorite cookies and have them ready with a glass of milk for when he came home. She thought Chad would be very disappointed, and she hoped her treats would cheer him up a bit. She felt very sad thinking that Chad might not receive many cards, if any at all. By noon, everything was prepared. Hearing the sounds of children outside, she quickly looked out the window. The kids were still laughing and having fun, and as usual, Chad was walking alone behind them. But he was walking faster than usual. His mom thought he might burst into tears as soon as he stepped inside. She saw his hands were empty, not a single card, and she held back tears as the door swung open. "I've got cookies and milk for you," she said, trying to sound cheerful. But the boy hardly noticed what she was saying. He walked in, his face beaming, and kept saying, "Nobody at all, nobody at all." His mom's heart clenched. Then he continued, "I gave a card to everyone, Mom. I didn't forget anybody." 89. Making a little difference. I was walking on the beach at sunset. Although there were many people around, I only noticed a young boy who kept bending down, picking something up and throwing it back into the sea. As I got closer, I realized he was throwing stranded starfish back into the ocean. I was curious. I approached the boy and asked, "Hi there, what are you doing?" "I'm helping these starfish get back to the ocean. You see, the tide is going out and all these starfish have been washed up. If I don't help them, they'll die right here because they lack oxygen." "I see. But there are thousands of starfish on this beach. You can't possibly save all of them. And this is happening at hundreds of places along the coast. Do you realize you can't really change the situation?" The boy smiled, picked up another starfish, and as he threw it back into the sea, he replied, "But I can make a difference for this one." Jack Canfield and Mark Victor Hansen. Trying is all that you have to do, whether you succeed or fail. 90. A source of motivation. Many of the greatest success stories in history started with encouragement and belief from a loved one or a trusted friend. Without his wife Sophia's strong faith, we might not recognize the name Nathaniel Hawthorne among the greats of American literature. When Nathaniel came home distressed and told his wife he had lost his job, her joyful reaction surprised him. "Now you have time to write your book," she exclaimed happily. "I know," he replied, not very confidently. "But how will we live while I'm writing?" To her husband's astonishment, Sophia opened a drawer and took out a significant amount of money. "Where did you get this money?" he exclaimed. "I've always known you were a genius," she said. "I knew someday you would write a masterpiece. So I've been saving a little each week from the grocery money you gave me. This is enough to keep us going for a year." With his wife's trust and expectation, one of the greatest novels in American literature was born, The Scarlet Letter. It doesn't take much effort to make someone happy. Just a gesture if you know how, just the right word at the right time, a small adjustment to a pin, a screw, or a nut in the delicate machinery of your soul.
If you like this video, please comment 1. And if you don't, comment 2. Your feedback means a lot to us. Thank you for your valuable time.
91. Does the earth move for you? 11-year-old Angela was diagnosed with a nervous system disorder that left her unable to walk, and doctors weren't optimistic about her recovery. However, Angela never gave up hope. Even while confined to her hospital bed, she promised everyone that she would walk again someday. Angela was transferred to a special rehabilitation center in San Francisco. The therapists there were impressed by her mental strength. They encouraged her to use visualization techniques to imagine herself walking. Even if it didn't work, at least it would give her hope and positive thoughts to hold on to during her long days in bed. Angela always did her best during each physical therapy session, but she still lay in bed, imagining herself walking, and walking. Then one day, while she was trying hard to believe that she was walking on her own 2 legs, something miraculous seemed to happen. The bed moved. It started to roll around the room. Angela shouted, "Look what I'm doing! I can move! I just moved!" Of course, at that very moment, everyone in the hospital screamed and scrambled for cover. There were shouts, falling objects, and shattering glass. It was an earthquake. But let's not tell Angela that. She believes she made that miracle happen. Just a few years later, Angela was back at school, walking on her own 2 feet, no crutches, no wheelchair. Could those who experienced the earthquake between San Francisco and Oakland also overcome a minor illness? 92. Taking risks. 2 seeds lay side by side in a fertile piece of land. The first seed said, "I want to grow. I want to send my roots deep into the soil and sprout through the tough layer of earth above. I want to bloom with soft petals as a welcome sign of spring. I want to feel the warmth of the sun on my face and taste the morning dew on my petals." And so, the seed grew. The second seed said, "I'm scared. If I send my roots down into the dark soil below, I don't know what I might encounter. If I break through the tough soil above, I might damage my delicate sprouts. And even if my sprouts manage to grow, slugs might come and eat them. One day, if I do bloom, kids might just pick my flowers. No, it's better I stay right here until I feel completely safe." And so, the seed waited. One spring morning, a chicken scratching around for food found the lonely seed and pecked it up immediately. You see, those who don't take risks and strive to grow will be overwhelmed by life. Hiding in safety, we create a world full of insecurities. 93. An afternoon in the park. There was a little boy who wanted to meet God. He knew it would be a long journey to God's home, so he packed some Twinkie cakes and 6 juice boxes and started on his way. After walking about 3 blocks, he met an old woman sitting in the park, quietly watching a group of pigeons. The boy sat down next to her and opened his bag. He was about to drink a juice box, but noticed the woman looked hungry, so he offered her a Twinkie instead. She took it and smiled at him. Her smile was so bright that he wanted to see it again, so he offered her a juice box too. She smiled again. The boy was overjoyed. The whole afternoon they sat there together, eating and smiling without saying a word to each other. As it got dark, the boy felt tired and got up to leave. After walking a bit, he ran back to the old woman and gave her a hug. She smiled at him, the most beautiful smile he had ever seen. When the boy got home, his mother was surprised by his happy, radiant face. She asked, "What made you so happy today?" He replied, "I had lunch with God, Mom. You know, He has the best smile I've ever seen." Meanwhile, the old woman also returned home, her face glowing with joy. Her son was surprised to see her happiness and asked, "Mom, what made you so happy today?" She joyfully responded, "I ate Twinkies in the park with God, and you know, He's much younger than I thought." 94. Give and you shall receive. While working as a radio host in Columbus, Ohio, I often stopped by a local hospital on my way home. I visited patients' rooms to read the Bible to them or just to chat. It was a great way for me to forget my own troubles and give thanks to God. The things I did made a big difference to the patients I visited, and one time it even saved my life. One night, I got home at 2 in the morning. As I was unlocking my door, a man stepped out from the side of my house and asked, "Are you Leigh Brown?" "Yes, that's me," I replied. "I'm here to see you about a matter concerning you," he said. "Concerning me? Why is that?" "A sponsor was really upset about the money he lost when you claimed that the band that was supposed to play here wasn't the real deal." "So, what are you going to do about it?" I asked. "Nothing harmful," the man clarified. "I'll explain why. My mother is being treated at Grant Hospital. She told me that you had visited her, talked with her, and read the Bible to her. She was touched that someone who introduces songs on the radio every morning, someone who didn't even know her, would visit her. She wrote to me about you when I was in a prison here in Ohio. I was so impressed by what you had done and really wanted to meet you. When I accidentally heard that someone was planning to harm you, I told them all about you, my mother's thoughts, and the thoughts of other patients at the hospital. After hearing it, they agreed to drop the matter and leave you in peace." 95. Red Hat Angel. Sitting alone in a coffee shop, I felt really scared. Tomorrow I have to undergo a major spine surgery. The risks are high, but I'm holding on to my faith. "God, please send me an angel to help me through tomorrow's challenge," I whispered a fervent prayer. As I looked up to leave the cafe, I noticed an elderly woman slowly approaching the cashier. I stood next to her, admiring her stylish dress adorned with red and purple flower patterns, her scarf, brooch, and the striking red-violet hat. "Excuse me, ma'am, you are truly a beautiful woman," I blurted out. She warmly grasped my hand and said, "Dear, thank you so much. I have a prosthetic arm and my other arm is also supported by metal braces. This leg of mine isn't real either. It takes me quite a while to dress up. I always try my best and over time I've gotten used to it. You've made me very happy. May God always watch over you and bless you." Watching her walk away, I suddenly felt a lightness in my heart. She truly was an angel sent by God to me. With faith, you can see even the invisible. 96. Life's train station. Deep in our subconscious is a countryside scene. We're traveling by train, engrossed in the landscapes fleeting past our window, children waving at us from across the tracks, cattle grazing on hillside meadows, neat rows of corn and wheat, vast plains, rolling valleys, mountains, and the gentle slopes of hills with villages just visible against the distant sky. But what really occupies our minds is our final destination. One day, we'll arrive at the station. Bands will play and flags will wave. Once there, all our dreams will become reality, and every piece of our life will fit together like a perfect jigsaw puzzle. This thought makes us restless. We pace back and forth, counting the minutes, waiting to reach the station. How happy we'll be when we get to the station, we exclaim, and then think, when I turn 18, when I buy a Mercedes-Benz 450 SL, when I send my youngest to college, when I pay off all my debts, when I get that promotion. When I retire, I will live a truly peaceful, happy life. Sooner or later, we'll realize that there is no such station, no place to arrive at. The real joy of life is found in each segment of the journey. The station is just a dream. It's always out of our reach. Enjoy this very moment is wise advice, especially when combined with the biblical verse. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. It's not today's burdens that wear us out, but the regrets of yesterday and the fears of tomorrow. Regrets and fears are thieves that steal our today. So stop pacing along the corridor and counting every mile. Instead, climb more mountains, eat plenty of ice cream, walk barefoot more often, relax in the cool waters of rivers, take time to watch the sunset, laugh more and cry less. Life is a journey we are on, and soon enough, we will reach the station. Never regret the past. Your real life is today, and you are creating your future. 97. The simple mystery of happiness. We often think our lives will be better after we finish school or once we have a family and a stable job. But even after achieving these things, we find ourselves overwhelmed by other worries and concerns. We are frequently dissatisfied when life doesn't match our expectations. How many of us realize that the happiest moments are actually the present moments we are living right now? Life is full of challenges, difficulties, and adversities. The best way to cope with life is to accept reality and believe in ourselves. Each of us, no matter the circumstances, must learn to feel and find our own happiness. Don't wait for a miracle or someone else to bring happiness to you. Don't wait until you have free time or until you graduate, make a lot of money, succeed, start a family, or retire to be happy. Don't wait for spring, summer, fall, or winter to feel happy. Don't wait for the morning sun or the evening dusk to feel joy. Don't wait for Saturday afternoons, weekends, holidays, birthdays, or any special day to feel that it's your happy day. Why not now? Happiness is a journey, a path we walk on. Cherish every precious moment on this journey. Spend time caring for others, and remember, time waits for no one. But it's never too late, and time is your best friend, everyone's best friend. Embrace life with all its simplicity and purity, as if you've never experienced years of hardship or moments of despair, as if you are discovering yourself, finding the true meaning of love, and more than anything, the simple mystery of happiness. 98. Lessons from a martial arts teacher. Most of our happiness or misery depends on our character, not our circumstances. A 10-year-old boy decided to learn judo despite having lost his left arm in a car accident. He trained under a Japanese master. After training diligently for 3 months, the boy was puzzled why his master had taught him only one move. Finally, unable to hold back his curiosity, the boy asked, "Master, can I learn other moves?" The master replied, "This is the only move you need to learn." Though he didn't fully understand his master's words, the boy trusted him and continued practicing. Several months later, the master took him to a judo competition. The boy was surprised when he easily won the first 2 matches. The third match was tougher, but eventually his opponent became impatient, and the boy cleverly used his move to win. Still amazed at his success, the boy confidently entered the final match. His opponent in the final was bigger, stronger, and more experienced. Early in the match, the boy was getting dominated. At the end of the first round, concerned for the boy's safety, the referee suggested ending the match early, but the master insisted, "Let him continue." When the match resumed, the opponent made a critical mistake. He underestimated the boy and let his guard down. Immediately, the boy used his one move to throw his opponent down and pin him. The boy won the championship. On the way home, the master and the boy reviewed the moves from each match. Then the boy gathered his courage and voiced the question that had been haunting him. "Master, how could I win the championship with just one move?" "You won for two reasons," the master answered. "First, you have almost mastered one of the most dangerous and effective moves in this martial art. Second, the only way to counter this move is to grab your left arm, which you don't have." Sometimes, what seems like a weakness can become someone's strongest asset. Having strength is good, but turning a weakness into an advantage is even more miraculous. Believe in yourself. You can do anything. If you find these stories inspiring and they motivate you to take action, please comment 9. If not, comment 0. Your feedback means a lot to us. Thank you for your valuable time. 99. What challenges leave behind? The shortest way out of hardship is to go through it. A young man was facing many difficulties, feeling hurt and losing faith in life. He went to seek advice from a wise old man. After listening to his story, the old man didn't say anything but silently placed a pot on the stove, poured some water into it, and added a carrot, a piece of salt, and an egg. After boiling, he removed the lid and silently looked at the young man. After a moment, he began to speak. Everyone goes through hardships and challenges in life, but what's important is what happens afterward. Look at the piece of salt. It seems solid at first but dissolves in water. The carrot, which is firm, becomes soft when heated, and the egg, though fragile, becomes harder when boiled. 100. Live with your dreams. Dare to nurture and yearn for your dreams because they are the motivation that helps you achieve your goals. My friend owns a horse ranch in San Isidro named Monty Roberts. His ranch often hosts fundraisers to help the youth in the area realize their projects. Once, he told us a story. Long ago, there was a poor boy who followed his father from one horse stable to another, from one racetrack to another, from one farm to another to help train horses. One day, his teacher asked the students to write about their dreams. While other students wanted to become engineers, doctors, soccer players, actors, the boy wrote passionately about his dream of owning a horse ranch one day. He even drew a detailed map of the ranch, showing the location of all the buildings, stables, and racetracks. That day, the boy received a big F on his paper, along with a note from the teacher, "See me after class." Here is what the boy heard from his teacher. "This is a fanciful dream for a child like you. You don't have the means to achieve it. Do you know how much money it takes to own a horse farm? You need money to buy horses, land to build the farm. You should set more realistic goals for yourself. If you write another paper, I will reconsider your grade." All week, the boy thought a lot. He decided to ask his father what to do. His father said, "Son, you have to decide for yourself, and I think it's very important to you." Finally, after days of consideration, the boy decided to resubmit the old paper without any changes. He boldly said, "Sir, I choose to keep my dream and accept the poor grade." At the end of the story, Monty Roberts said, "I tell you this story because you are sitting in the middle of my 200-acre horse ranch. I still have that test framed above my fireplace." He paused, then added, "Interestingly, 2 summers ago, My old teacher brought his students here for a week-long camp. Before leaving, he told me, "Monty, you taught me a lesson about striving to live with dreams." 101. The most important part of the body. A lesson in empathy. My mom used to ask me, "What's the most important part of the body?" When I was little, I thought sound was crucial for humans, so I said the ears were the most important. Mom shook her head. "No, that's not it. Many people in the world are deaf. Keep thinking about it, and I'll ask you again later." Years later, I guess that sight was the most important, so it must be the eyes. Mom looked at me tenderly and said, "You've learned a lot, but that's not the right answer either because many people are blind." Every time, Mom would tell me, "That's not right, but you're getting closer, my dear." Then last year, my grandfather passed away. Everyone was crying over the loss, including my dad. It was only the second time I saw him cry. When it was our turn to say goodbye to Grandpa, Mom asked me, "Have you figured out the answer yet?" I was shocked she brought it up at that moment. I always thought it was just a game between us. Seeing my surprised face, Mom said, "Son, the most important part of your body is your shoulder." I asked, "Is it because it holds up my head?" She shook her head. "No, it's because it's where your loved ones can lean on when they cry. Everyone needs a shoulder to lean on in life. I hope you have many friends and receive lots of love so that, whenever you cry, you have a shoulder to lean on." From then on, I realized that the most important part of a person isn't something selfish, but the part that can empathize with the pain of others. 102. Father and son. When Mark was 5, his parents got divorced. He lived with his mom and his dad joined the military. As Mark grew older, he sometimes thought back to the days he spent with his dad. Those thoughts faded as he became a teenager. Mark got busy with girlfriends and life responsibilities. After college, Mark got married. A year later, his wife gave birth to a healthy baby boy. Life went on smoothly. Then, when Mark's son turned 5 and saw Mark shaving, the boy looked at him and laughed. "Daddy, you look funny with all that foam on your face." Mark laughed, looked in the mirror, and suddenly remembered a similar moment with his own dad from his childhood. This memory made him think more about his father, and he asked his mom about him. She couldn't remember much, as it had been a long time since Mark was 8. Mark looked deeply into his mom's eyes and said, "I need to find Dad, Mom." She suggested, "Maybe try contacting the U.S. Embassy in England. They might be able to help." It seemed a long shot, but Mark was determined to find his dad. He called the embassy and explained his situation. After a lot of anxious waiting and comforting words from the embassy staff, "Mark, please don't be sad." There was a glimmer of hope. "Mark, we're happy to tell you that your dad once visited someone in England, never met them, and has been living alone. The information we have is 9 years old. We'll check again and try to find an address for you." A few days later, Mark got a phone call from his father. Overjoyed, Mark felt his waiting had not been in vain. His dad explained that he had been traveling every 6 months trying to find him. He had Mark's address, but when he visited, the landlord said Mark and his wife had moved 2 weeks earlier without leaving a new address. After a long search, Mark and his father reunited in a deeply emotional moment. Now, they are part of each other's lives, and nothing could replace the lost time and newfound connection. 103. True love. Moses Mendelssohn, the grandfather of the famous German composer, was not a very attractive man. He was short and had a hunchback. One day, he visited a merchant in Hamburg who had a lovely daughter named Frumtje. Upon meeting her, Moses fell deeply in love, but he felt hopeless because she seemed frightened by his appearance. When it was time to leave, Moses gathered all his courage and went upstairs to her room, hoping for one last chance to talk to her. To him, she was the epitome of angelic beauty, but he was saddened as she avoided looking at him. After some small talk, Moses nervously asked her, "Do you believe that marriages are decided in heaven?" "I do," she replied, looking down at the floor. "Do you believe that too?" "Yes, I do," he said. "You know, in heaven when a baby boy is born, God tells him about the girl he will marry. When I was born, my future wife was also revealed to me. God added that my wife would be hunchbacked. At that moment I cried out, 'Oh Lord, a hunchbacked woman would be a tragedy. Please give me the hump and let my wife be beautiful.'" Frumche looked up into his eyes, visibly moved. She reached out her hand to Moses, and from that moment she became his devoted wife. In love, there's always a paradox. Two people are one, yet remain two. 104. A brother like that. I was given a beautiful bicycle for my birthday. Once, while riding it in the park, a young boy kept looking at my bike with admiration and interest. "Is that your bike?" the boy asked. "My brother gave it to me for my birthday," I replied, unable to hide my pride and satisfaction. "Oh, I wish I could." The boy hesitated. Of course, I knew what he was wishing for. He must have been wishing he had a brother like that. His statement caught me off guard. "I wish I could be a brother like that," he said slowly, his face showing determination. Then he walked over to a stone bench behind me, where his younger brother with a disability was sitting, and said, "For your birthday someday, I'm going to buy you a wheelchair, okay?" When you look back on your life in moments of great challenge, you'll see that the real moments you lived were when you did something with all your heart, out of love. 105. A simple act of kindness. One day, as Mark was walking home from school, he saw a classmate named Bill ahead of him trip and spill his belongings everywhere, including books, 2 sweaters, a baseball bat, a pair of gloves, and a small tape recorder. Mark bent down to help him pick up the scattered items. As they walked, Mark learned that Bill enjoyed video games, baseball, and loved history. He also found out that Bill was struggling with some subjects and had recently broken up with his girlfriend. After dropping Bill off at his house, Mark continued on his way. They started seeing each other more often at school, occasionally having lunch together, and eventually graduated from high school together. They continued to meet regularly during their senior year. 3 weeks before their graduation ceremony, Bill asked Mark if they could meet to talk. Bill reminded Mark of the day they first met. "Have you ever wondered why I had so many things with me that day?" Bill asked. "You know, I had cleaned out my locker because I didn't want to leave a mess for others. Before that, I had stolen some sleeping pills from my mom, and I was planning to end my life that day. But spending that time talking and laughing with you made me realize I would miss moments like that and potentially great times ahead. You see, Mark, on that day, when you helped me pick up my books, you did much more than that. You saved my life. Anyone can be great. You just need a heart full of grace and a soul filled with love." 106. The Box of Love. There once was a man who scolded his 3-year-old daughter for wasting gold wrapping paper. Times were tough, and the money troubles alone were enough to give him headaches. He was furious when he saw the child had used the paper to decorate a box under the Christmas tree. Yet, the little girl brought the gift to her father the next morning and said, "This is for you, Daddy." The man felt remorse for scolding his young daughter. However, his anger returned when he opened the box to find it empty. He raised his voice at his daughter. "Don't you know that when you give someone a gift, there should be something inside the box to bring them joy and surprise?" The little girl looked up at him with tearful, surprised eyes and cried, "Daddy, it's not empty. I blew all my kisses into the box. They're all for you." Stunned, the man embraced his daughter tightly. overwhelmed with emotion, and apologized to her. Tragically, not long after, the girl passed away. The father kept the gold-papered box by his bed for many years. Whenever he felt down, he would open the box and feel his daughter's imaginary kisses full of love, remembering the love of a child who put all her faith into that empty box.
If you like this video, please comment 1. And if you don't, comment 2. Your feedback means a lot to us. Thank you for your valuable time.
107. Someone still loves you. On a rainy night, a man named Mark decided to end his life. Over 50 years old, Mark had never married and never experienced the joys of having children or family vacations. His parents had passed away 7 years ago. He had a sister, but they had lost contact long ago. He worked as a waiter, a job that left him deeply unsatisfied. Soaked and feeling utterly miserable, he walked down the streets, feeling as if no one cared whether he lived or died. That stormy night, I was sitting in my room watching the rain hit the window. I was 6 years old and my life revolved around my Star Wars action figure collection. I was dreaming of the day I could afford to buy a Darth Vader figure to add to my collection. To help me earn money, my dad would hire me to run with him. Every day, I'd save another 50 cents toward buying Darth Vader. Hearing the doorbell ring, I jumped from my chair, ran out of my room, and stood at the top of the stairs. My mom was already at the front door. When she opened the door, she saw a man looking utterly miserable, with tears streaming down his face. Feeling sorry for the stranger, my mom invited him inside, and he sat down with my parents in the living room. Curious, I sneaked down the stairs to get a better look. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but the man's deep sighs as he buried his face in his hands and cried made my chest tighten. I hurried back to my room, reached into my piggy bank, and pulled out the Kennedy $50 I had earned that day. I ran down the stairs. At the living room door, I walked in. The 3 adults looked surprised as I approached the stranger. I placed the 50 cents in his hand, saying I wanted him to have it. Then I hugged him, turned around, and ran back upstairs. I felt confused but incredibly happy. Downstairs, Mark sat quietly with his head bowed, tears streaming down his face as he clenched the coin in his hand. Finally, looking at my parents, he said, "I thought no one cared about me anymore. I've been so lonely for 20 years. That's the first hug I've received in I can't remember how long. It's hard to believe someone still thinks of me." Mark's life changed that night. When he left our house, he was ready to keep living instead of dying. Although we never saw Mark again, we occasionally received letters from him, letting us know he was doing well. At age 6, I hadn't thought much about what I did that night. It was just my reaction to the sighs of a suffering man. During our runs, my dad and I often talked about the importance of giving, but it wasn't until that night that I truly understood what it meant. My life changed too because I witnessed the healing power of giving, even if it was just a gift of 50 cents. Before Mark left, my parents asked why he had knocked on our door. As he walked down the streets on that rainy night, desperate and ready to die, he had noticed a bumper sticker on a parked car. Standing there, he wondered about the people in the house in front of which the car was parked, and in his fog of misery, he approached the door. It's hard to imagine how a sticker and 50 cents could change 2 lives. But it happened. The sticker on our car read, "Someone still loves you." 108. Lessons learned. The wisdom of living and forgiving. 1. I've learned from life that I can't make everyone love me, but I can always try to be someone lovable. 2. I've learned from life that it's okay to be angry at someone, but that doesn't justify being cruel to them. 3. I've learned from life that even the best friends can hurt you, and it's important to forgive them for it. 4. I've learned from life that before I can forgive others, I need to learn to forgive myself. 5. I've learned from life that just because someone doesn't love me the way I want them to, it doesn't mean they don't love me with all they have. 6. I've learned from life that it can take years to build trust with others, but just a moment to lose it. 7. I've learned from life to be careful because a mistake made in an instant can lead to a lifetime of regret. 109. The King and His Four Queens. Once upon a time, there was a wealthy king who ruled over a powerful kingdom. He had 4 beautiful wives. He loved his 4th wife the most and always pampered her with rich gifts and never said no to her. His 3rd wife was also cherished, and he always feared losing her and wanted her by his side wherever he went. His 2nd wife was his confidant, kind, gentle, and always there to help him through hard times with her wise advice. His 1st wife, however, was the most loyal and helped him manage his kingdom and increase its wealth. Sadly, he did not love her as much and often neglected her, thinking she could manage on her own. Unfortunately, one day the king became very ill and realized his days were numbered. He thought, "I have 4 wives, but I'll be alone when I die." He asked his 4th wife if she would follow him in death so he wouldn't be alone. She said, "I'm sorry, but that's too much to ask." Heartbroken, he asked his 3rd wife, who also refused, saying she would soon find another king to care for her. His 2nd wife expressed her inability to follow him in death, but promised to be with him till his last moment and to remember him always. Feeling utterly hopeless, he suddenly remembered his 1st wife, who he had largely ignored. She said, "I will follow you wherever you go, even to death." Seeing her weak and frail, the king regretfully realized he should have loved and cared for her more. This fairy tale featuring a king and his queens reminds us that we are like the king in our own lives, with 4 wives representing different aspects of our lives. Our 4th wife is our body. We worry about it and take care of it the most, but it will not follow us after we die. Our 3rd wife is our status and possessions, which are the most fleeting and will be passed on to others when we're gone. Our 2nd wife is our family and friends. They can only accompany us until the end and will remember us after we're gone. Our 1st wife is our soul, often neglected as we chase material wealth and status. But the soul is the only thing that follows us wherever we go and is remembered by others no matter where we are. So, dear friend, take care of and love your soul the most. Don't end up like the king in the story with a weak and tired soul at the end of your life. 110. Rich and Poor. I once overheard a conversation between 2 college students. "What do you usually do on Saturday nights?" "I hang out with my friends, grab some coffee, hit some bars, basically party all night." "Wow, living the high life, huh?" "I can afford it. What about you?" "I might just pick up a new book that came out yesterday and read it in my dorm." Sounds pretty country to me. In Saigon, Saturday nights are bright with lights. Motorbikes of all kinds zoom by fast, their colors flashing. Young people around 19 or 20 chat and laugh loudly on the streets. They form groups, sometimes blocking the way for other vehicles, joking and swerving around. Cafes, supermarkets, and clubs are bustling with young crowds. Amidst the noisy traffic, I spotted a small figure from my class, stopped by a stall selling discounted books on the sidewalk. "What are you looking for?" "Some great books about life," she replied cheerfully. "Not going out this weekend?" "No, I'm too broke for that. Spent what I had on books." Then she rode off on her bike, happy and confident. No, my friend, you are not poor. When you use your few dollars to enrich yourself, while some spend their parents' hard-earned money on fleeting pleasures tonight, you are actually wealthy. True wealth isn't about having gold or living forever. Invest in your mind, and no one can steal that from you. Those who may be rich in material things are still poorer than those who are rich in knowledge. 111. The Trap. How did the Eskimos hunt wolves in the icy, freezing Arctic? Is a question that has puzzled many people. The Eskimos would take very sharp knives and dip them in animal blood. They would then leave the knives outside to freeze. This process was repeated several times, adding layer upon layer of frozen blood until the knife was completely concealed by it. At night, they stuck the knife handles into the snow. Wolves, attracted by the scent of the blood, would come and start licking the blood-covered ice, increasingly driven by their hunger. Eventually, the ice would melt away, exposing the blades. As the wolves licked the knives, they cut their tongues and bled. Mistaking their own blood for that of prey, they licked even more fervently. The more they bled, the thirstier they became, and the thirstier they were, the more they licked. By the next morning, the Eskimos simply collected the bodies of the wolves lying dead next to the knives. The exterior of a trap is always very appealing and enticing. 112. It's never too late. Years ago, during a communication course, I was introduced to a unique teaching method. The instructor asked us to list everything we still felt ashamed of, regretted, or had not completed. The following week, the instructor invited the students to read their lists aloud. Since these were very personal issues, only a few brave individuals volunteered to read in front of the class. As people read their lists, my list of regrets grew to over 101 items in just 3 weeks. Then, the instructor suggested we find ways to correct these actions, either by apologizing or making amends. Honestly, I was unsure if this would improve my relationships, especially with the fear of being shunned by others. The next week, the person sitting next to me volunteered to share the following story. During high school in a small town in Iowa, we all disliked Chief Brown, the local police chief. One night, after having a few beers, my friends and I decided to play a prank on him. We climbed up to the public water tank in the middle of the street and wrote in big, bright red letters, "Chief Brown is a jerk." The next day, those bright letters stood out under the sun for all to see. Within 2 hours, Chief Brown had all 3 of us at the police station. My friends confessed, but I denied everything. Nearly 20 years later, Chief Brown's name popped up on my list. Not knowing if he was still alive, I called the information office in that Iowa town and got a number for a Roger Brown. After a few rings, someone answered. "Hello?" I started. "Is this Chief Brown?" "Yes," he replied after a brief silence. "I'm Jimmy Calkins. I want you to know it was me who vandalized the water tank back then." There was a pause. Then suddenly he exclaimed, "I knew it!" We both laughed heartily and had a cheerful conversation. Before hanging up, Chief Brown told me, "Jimmy, back then, I felt sorry for you, because while your friends had relieved themselves of their recklessness, you still carried it through the years. Thank you for calling me, for your own peace of mind." Jimmy's story gave me the courage to cleanse all 101 of my mistakes. It took nearly 2 years, but it became the starting point and a real inspiration for me to choose a career in conflict resolution. No matter how difficult the conflict or situation, I always remind myself that it's never too late to cleanse the past and start anew. Every experience we have is good for us. What's important is to have the right attitude to accept and truly understand the meaning and value of it. 113. The Old Woman Who Cried Often. There was an old woman known as the Old Woman Who Cried Often. She would cry when it rained and she would cry when it was dry. She usually sold incense in front of a monastery. One day, a monk asked her, "Why do you cry so much, ma'am?" She replied, "I have 2 daughters. The older one is married to a shoemaker and the younger one is married to an umbrella maker. On sunny days, I feel sad for the younger one because no one buys umbrellas. On rainy days, I feel sad for the older one. Who buys cloth shoes on rainy days? The monk advised, "Ma'am, you should rejoice for your older daughter when it's sunny because her shoes will sell, and be happy for your younger daughter when it rains because her umbrellas will sell." Oh, I see. From then on, the old woman who cried often didn't cry anymore. Whether it rained or shone, she just smiled. Whether things go well or not depends on how we see them. 114. Courage. A little girl was suffering from a rare and dangerous illness. The only chance to save her life was if she received a blood transfusion from her 5-year-old brother, who had miraculously survived the same disease due to his body producing antibodies against it. The doctor explained this to the boy and asked if he was willing to give his blood to help his sister. After hesitating for a moment, he took a deep breath and said, "I will do it if it means my sister can get better." While the blood was being transfused, the siblings lay on beds next to each other. The boy smiled as he saw his sister's cheeks begin to regain color. Then his face turned pale, and his smile faded. He looked at the doctor with a trembling voice and asked, "Am I going to die now? Please try to save my sister." The boy had misunderstood the doctor, thinking he had to give all his blood to save his sister. Courage helps us face our fears, not to escape them, but to conquer them. If you find these stories inspiring and they motivate you to take action, please comment 9. If not, comment 0. Your feedback means a lot to us. Thank you for your valuable time. 115. Be yourself. You don't have to be like your mom unless you want to. You also don't need to be like your grandmother, great-grandmother, or someone from your dad's side of the family. You might inherit a chin, a body shape, or a pair of eyes like theirs, but you don't have to be exactly like someone who came before you. You don't need to live their lives. If you inherit something from your family, choose to take on their strength and resilience, because the only person you really need to be like is the person you decide to become. One time, President Calvin Coolidge invited some hometown friends over for dinner at the White House. Worried about fitting in with proper etiquette, the guests decided to just copy whatever Coolidge did. Everything went smoothly until coffee was served. The president poured his coffee into his saucer. The guests did the same. Coolidge added sugar and cream. The guests copied him. Then, Coolidge bent down and placed the saucer on the floor for his cat. 116. Life Perspectives. John is a quiet and wise old man. He often sits in an old rocking chair in front of his house watching people pass by. Sometimes he waves at them. One day, his little niece sat down next to him and they both watched the people walking in front of their house. A tall, unfamiliar man looking around as if searching for a place to rest, approached and asked John, "What's life like in this village, old man?" John slowly asked back, "How was life in the place you just came from?" The stranger frowned. That place, people just criticized each other. Neighbors gossiped, and overall, it was a very dull place. John looked straight into the stranger's eyes and said, "You know, this place is just the same, exactly like where you just came from." The man said nothing and walked away. A while later, a car stopped by the roadside. The man from the car helped his wife and kids get out. The wife asked John where they could buy some food for the kids, while the man stayed by the car. He approached John and asked, "Sir, is this a good place to live?" Just like before, John asked, "How was the place you just left?" The man smiled. "Over there, people were very close-knit and always ready to help each other. We didn't want to leave at all, but had to move because of job reasons." John smiled warmly. "Don't worry, this place is just like the one you left. It's very good here." The man's family came back. They thanked and bid farewell to John and his niece, then drove away. As the car disappeared, the little niece asked, "Grandpa, why did you tell the first man that this place wasn't good, but told the second man it was wonderful?" John tenderly looked into his niece's curious blue eyes and said, "My dear, no matter where you go, everyone carries their own attitude towards life with them. It's one's own attitude, along with how others respond to that attitude, that makes a new place seem either terrible or wonderful, depending on their own feelings." 117. We don't have to be perfect. We all obsess over the idea that we must be perfect. This mindset often makes us feel like life is suffering. We constantly struggle to improve ourselves. However, as humans, we are never fully complete. When we make mistakes, we torment ourselves with fear of losing respect and trust. Mistakes are only useful when they encourage us to move forward. Otherwise, they can paralyze us with feelings of worthlessness and incompetence. There's an old story about a circle that was proud of its perfectly round shape, down to the last millimeter. But one morning it woke up to find it was missing a large triangular piece. Feeling incomplete, the circle rolled slowly, taking time to admire the wildflowers along the way and chatting with insects. It basked in the warm sunlight. The circle found many pieces, but none fit. It kept searching until one day it found a perfect piece. Overjoyed, it fitted the piece and rolled off. But it was rolling so fast that the flowers blurred and conversations were lost in the wind. The circle realized how different the world looked when it rolled too quickly. It stopped, set the piece aside, and rolled on slowly. The lesson the circle teaches us is strange. Losing something can make us feel complete. A person with everything may actually have the least. You won't know what dreams, hope, or nurturing for a better tomorrow are. You'll never understand the joy of being loved and receiving what you deeply desire. Life is not a trap waiting to condemn us. It's like a sports season, where the strongest teams can lose and the weakest have their moments of glory. Our goal is to win more than we lose. Accepting imperfection is an essential part of being human. If we are brave enough to love, strong enough to forgive, generous enough to share happiness with others, and wise enough to know that love surrounds us, then we have achieved a perfection many only dream of. 118. Learning how to fail. As you may know, anyone can tell you how to succeed. There are thousands of books on that topic. Plans and formulas are readily available for anyone to follow. But what you rarely find is how to fail. You see, success is never guaranteed, no matter how accurately you follow the formula. However, failure is much more certain, and it might happen not just once, but multiple times in your life. You will fail if you don't care about others. Many people think the world is made just for them, ignoring how others feel. Really, what we should do is share this planet with everyone. You will fail if you start your career by looking for a job that suits you. You need to fit into the job and adapt over time. Simply put, no matter how nice your jeans and t-shirt are, wearing them to a job interview can increase your chances of failure. You will fail if you climb the career ladder by stepping on others. As the saying goes, you'll meet the same people on your way down. You will fail if you don't try to correct a wrong whenever possible. You will fail if you see something bad and don't stand up against it. You will fail if you endure an injustice without fighting back. You will fail if you judge someone solely by their appearance. You'll fail if you let today's mistakes erase all of yesterday's successes and overshadow the good values that may come tomorrow. You will fail if you don't believe in yourself. You'll experience the greatest failures if you believe the romantic saying, "Love means you never have to say you're sorry." Because in reality, anyone with enough experience will tell you that love is the opposite. Love means having the courage to say sorry when you're wrong. 119. Life advice. Give more than others expect and do it happily. Memorize a poem you love. When you say, "I love you," mean it. Look someone in the eyes when you apologize. Get engaged at least 6 months before you marry. Believe in love at first sight. Never mock someone's dreams. Without dreams, people achieve nothing. Love deeply and passionately. You might get hurt, but it's the only way to live fully. Disagree with others gently, not with harsh words. Don't judge people by their relatives or their background. Practice speaking slowly, but thinking quickly. When someone asks you a question you don't want to answer, smile and ask, "Why do you want to know?" Understand that great love and great achievements involve great risk. Say, "God bless you," when someone sneezes. When you lose something, don't lose the lesson. Follow 3 R's: respect for self, respect for others, and responsibility for your actions. Don't let a little dispute injure a great friendship. When you realize you've made a mistake, take steps to fix it immediately. Smile when you pick up the phone. The caller can hear it. Sometimes spend time alone. Be open to change, but don't compromise your values. Remember, sometimes silence is the best answer. Read more books. Television is no substitute for books. A loving atmosphere in your home is the foundation for your life. Do all you can to create a tranquil home. When disagreeing with your loved one, stick to the current issue. Don't dredge up the past. Don't just listen to what someone says. Listen to why they are saying it. Share your knowledge. It's a way to achieve immortality. Live harmoniously with nature. Care about your job. Don't trust anyone who doesn't close their eyes when kissing. If you earn a lot of money, use it to help others while you are alive. That's the greatest wealth. Remember, the best relationships are those where your love for each other enhances your need for each other. Measure your success by what you had to give up to get it. 120. 10 reasons to smile. Smiling looks better than frowning. Smiling makes us happier. Smiling gives meaning to our past and upcoming days. Smiling helps in making friends. A smile shows friendliness and approachability. Smiling creates a good impression on others. When you smile at someone, they often smile back. Smiling makes you more confident and attractive. Your smile can ease someone else's worries. A smile might help you find true love. Did you know that the word smile in English means more than just a facial expression? Here's what each letter can represent: sweet, charming, and pleasant; marvelous, wonderful; immensely likable, extremely endearing; loving; warm and caring; extra special, a crucial extra element. Though it may seem simple, a smile is a priceless gift from nature to humanity. What would life be like if we didn't know how to smile? How would we express joy without it? A smile can dispel sadness, heal wounds, soothe loneliness, and most importantly, bring people closer together. It's a precious asset that's not easily obtained unless we open our hearts to receive it. Make your life wonderful by smiling meaningfully at your actions and see how amazing life can be. You can transform yourself into a new person. Wake up with a smile. Step out of your house smiling. Smile when meeting others. Smile at work, and even smile during your downtime. All of this forms a great habit. Smiling is a joy you can give yourself. When you give your smile to others, you might feel genuine happiness, and your encouragement can uplift their spirits. Quickly spread joy to others for a brighter world and a heart eager to express joy. Let's smile.
If you like this video, please comment 1. And if you don't, comment 2. Your feedback means a lot to us. Thank you for your valuable time.
121. Dear Dad, people usually write letters to those who are still alive, but I'm writing to you. I returned to school after taking 5 days off to mourn your passing. On my first day back, I hurriedly packed my books when the bell rang and, out of habit, stood at the school gate waiting. My childhood made me hope for miracles, wishing your death wasn't real. But as the schoolyard emptied and I was left alone at the gate by noon, I shockingly realized that you were truly gone and would no longer come to pick me up. Tears streamed down my face as the midday sun shone down, deepening the sense of loss. You were only sick for a short time before you unexpectedly left us. I was just 13 then. The loss was too great and too soon for me. 100 days after your death, Mom told us to stop offering meals in your memory and to keep incense burning instead, so the light would never go out. Mom wanted us to focus on our studies as the pain settled. Yet at every meal, we'd set a place for you at the table, serve a bowl of hot rice, and prepare your favorite dishes. Years later, I still fondly remember those moments, desperately clinging to memories of a father lost too soon. That major event brought immeasurable losses, and as I grew, I deeply felt the irreplaceable void. Life became increasingly unstable. Mom's frail shoulders seemed to buckle under the weight of our family's burdens. The difference between the days with Dad and the days without Dad felt like two separate worlds. The central region during winter felt bitterly cold, and we, your children, missed you deeply, especially remembering how you'd wait for us in the rain at the school gate. My days began with memories of you, a blissful childhood filled with your presence. Every memory related to you takes me back to a childhood warmed by fatherly love. But I also remember those quiet evenings when I'd find you sitting in the dark, silent, and I'd quietly leave, feeling an overwhelming sense of your sadness. Even though my childhood had its own sorrows, you were always there to share them. Now, I know you're sad and cannot express it, and I don't know how to comfort you. Are you thinking of my siblings? My older sister married and moved away, and my brothers were imprisoned for their involvement in student protests. I remember visiting my brother in jail, seeing him frail and pale, with Mom crying and you quietly wiping away tears. Your sudden illness quickly took you away from us, partly because of your repressed longing. During our family's toughest times, you never advised us to choose a peaceful life for ourselves. Instead, you insisted that if we chose the path of revolution, we must fully commit and not leave our lives incomplete, which would burden others. In 1976, when I turned 20 and joined the Youth Volunteer Force, I entered this group. Before leaving, I lit incense and told you about my journey, a long and difficult one that I couldn't fully anticipate. Looking back, I'm grateful for the support that bonded me to my choice. Dad, you were with me whether I was in Dak Nong, Bu Dap, or the deep forests of the Southwest. The lessons you taught us weren't just through words, but through a life of struggle and integrity. Despite your tough childhood and the pain of orphanhood, you worked and studied, living with dignity and compassion. You always hoped all your children would go to college. When I joined the Youth Volunteer Force right after high school, the group enabled me to attend university. On graduation day, I silently thanked the unit and my teammates for helping me achieve the dream you had for me, which I had cherished for many years. It's been 30 years since you left us, but we still deeply mourn your absence. And so, when I see other children lose their fathers, my heart aches. Some children lose not just the physical presence, but the sacred image of a father. Others gradually lose their fathers due to family breakdowns. Whenever my husband is sick, I care for him intensely, fearing illness might rob us of our father-child bond. When we have disagreements, I remember those noon times waiting for you at the school gate, and it helps me forgive and overlook our differences. I know that tomorrow, when school ends, my child will have their father waiting at the gate. Our family dinner will be warm and complete. Having a father is truly a wonderful happiness, but it also reminds me of the times I visited the nursing home. Many elderly sat quietly, sad, and when asked if they had children, they would tremble and not respond, tears blurring their vision. This reminds me to visit Mom often because not only children need their parents, but even in old age, parents need their children's love. Friends often remind me to think of happy things to keep peace of mind. But even in unhappiness, if we can recognize something important to ponder, shouldn't we not forget it, Dad? Material world limitations prevent this letter from reaching you in the vast beyond, but I believe in the bond of father and child. You can still feel my heart. 122. Daughter, Mother, and Idols. At 15, when my daughter started 10th grade, I saw her dressed beautifully in a traditional long dress for the first time. She looked as pretty and youthful as any girl her age, and I couldn't help but smile with joy. At that moment, she was thinking about a boy from her class. By 17, she knew the pain of heartbreak and felt so despondent. When I found out, I whispered to her, "Imagine being in my shoes. I was orphaned at 6, had no one to guide me, couldn't get an education, and was poorer than poor. Why did I choose to keep living? If I had given up back then, you wouldn't be here today. Would you want me to regret bringing you into this world?" For the first time, my daughter cried and hated how she felt about herself. That's when her crush carelessly walked by with another girl. At 18, I saw her off to college in Saigon. It was her first time away from home, and I gave her endless advice, worriedly watching her every step. All she could think about were the exciting stories her friends had told her about city life. And once again, her idol changed, this time to the most famous singer in the world. At 25, after graduating and starting work, she changed jobs as often as she changed her mind and her idols. She fell in love and faced setbacks. Ambitious yet lacking resolve, the usual struggles of life disheartened her. During these times, she would return home. On one long visit, she stayed away from all her distant friends to reflect and observe more deeply. My mother was always simple and warm-hearted. My daughter had never seen her dislike anyone, always exuding a competence that she doubted she could match. And suddenly, my daughter realized that as long as she had determination, believed in herself and life, knew forgiveness, sacrifice, and how to love others, life would be like a game where she was always the winner. Live for tomorrow. 123. A heartfelt message to a friend. Hey, I want to tell you something. I know you tend to keep to yourself and hide behind your laughter, but I see that you have a lot on your mind, a lot to think about. You never talk about yourself or what worries you, but I can see the waves in your eyes. People might see you as a cheerful and lovable person, but I see a deep and reserved side to you. Everyone laughs when you laugh, bringing joy to them, but you keep your sorrows to yourself. Did you know that your strength is also your weakness? You're good at concealing your feelings, but that means you hold back a lot. It might be better if you could share your thoughts. I'm not a fan of exposing everything either, but you shouldn't keep so much to yourself. Share with those you trust, maybe not everything, but at least a part of it. Don't keep circling around with your own thoughts. We might not be close enough for me to share my thoughts with you, and I don't expect to be the one you confide in. I just want to see a real smile in the eyes of my friends. Don't smile when you're sad because it will only make the sadness grow. And when you really don't feel like smiling, if there's no one else, call me. I might not know the best way to share, but I can listen. 124. Life Story. This story is your story, about the lives of each of us. If we take a moment now to reflect on our past, remembering the good and bad memories and emotions we've experienced, we'll realize how fortunate we are to have lived through those times. From now on, let's think of our life as a book that is still being written by us. So, take a deep breath and get started. Family. Have you ever told your parents or siblings that you love them? Chances are, not enough. We often overlook what we have and fail to cherish it. We don't show enough love to our family members, and we may regret it one day. I've lost my grandparents and feel deeply regretful that I didn't express my love more. Now that they are gone, I no longer have that chance. Friends. Have you ever defined what a friend should be like? I'm guessing not, and that's something to be happy about. We need friends and should value the friendships we have. I'm grateful to have met many friends who overlook my flaws and share their lives with me. And I know I will stand by them when needed. Love. Have you ever thought about what your ideal partner would be like? Probably yes. But have you ever considered that the perfect partner doesn't exist? What you need is someone who can be a friend and more. Love is like a tug of war between two people. If both pull too hard, the rope breaks. If one pulls while the other gives way, the rope stays intact. Remember, if you're the one pulling, don't pull too hard because the rope isn't endless. Don't waste any chance. Cherish what you have. Marriage. Have you thought about married life? I haven't spoken much about it since I'm not very experienced, but human imagination is limitless. Do you believe that marriage binds two people together, that you must accept everything about each other and live together? I hope that when tensions rise, I can simply hug my partner and say, I love you, because love overcomes differences and binds us together. Children. Our children are reflections of us. Therefore, we should strive to be good role models so that through them we can see the results of our actions, and that makes us happy. Career. Have you ever thought about what you'll do for a career? Probably yes. But remember, the key to success is effort first, harvest later. Keep this in mind. It's crucial for you. And remember, no effort is ever wasted. 125. Distance. Once a saint was cruising along a river when he noticed a family on the riverbank yelling at each other angrily. He turned to his disciples, smiled gently, and asked, "Why do people shout at each other when they are angry?" After thinking for a moment, one disciple answered, "Because we lose our calm, so we shout at each other." The saint continued, "But why shout at the person next to you when you could share your thoughts more softly?" The other disciples offered some explanations, but none satisfied the saint. Finally, he explained, "When two people are angry with each other, their hearts are far apart. Because of this distance, they need to shout to hear each other. The angrier they become, the greater the distance, so they shout louder. What happens when two people are in love? They don't shout, but instead speak softly and lovingly because their hearts are very close. The distance between them is non-existent or very small." The saint continued with a smile, "And as their love grows deeper, what happens? They don't talk, they whisper, and they even get closer in a loving embrace as a single entity. Eventually, they don't even need to whisper, they just look at each other, and that's all." When you argue with someone, don't let your heart grow distant. Don't hurt the other person's heart because one day the gap might become too big to close. Act wisely to clarify issues, as that's a better way than creating distance between two hearts. 126. The road ahead. There are paths we walk every day, year after year, becoming so familiar that we take for granted they are there to lead us where we need to go daily. We tread these paths like programmed machines, often overlooking the changes around us, a new restaurant opening, a fresh building, or newly planted trees. There are always people beside us on these journeys. Then, there are roads we have never traveled, so many indeed that we don't even need a map to know they exist. Whether we visit them or not, they silently lay there, unnoticed until we have a reason to seek them out. When we do, we search maps, ask people, and navigate through unfamiliar roads, often getting lost or circling back without ever finding what we were looking for. And there are people we've never met before. Some roads we set foot on for the first time are strange and intriguing, yet sometimes they are dull. We might enjoy looking around at a new cafe on the corner, a fashion store, or a run-down house in the distance. But there are times when we don't care about these sights. We're just focused on reaching a specific address. And there are people we meet for the first time. There are roads we wish to travel at least once, but not everything is achievable just because we wish it. It might be because of personal limitations, geographical distances, or financial reasons. Generally, there are two reactions. One is to try our hardest to make it possible, and the other is to hold on to that dream, tucking it away to occasionally revisit when feeling blue. There are people we wish to meet but can't. Some roads we've traveled once and do not wish to return to. Call them paths of suffering. Life is full of hardships, isn't it? So, what's one more? But avoiding another hardship can be truly valuable. Nobody wants to return to a rough, thorny path they once struggled to overcome. But who knows? Maybe that path has since been paved smoothly. And there are people we've met that we prefer not to remember. Then there are roads we haven't revisited for a long time, and sometimes they make us nostalgic. It's not the road itself, but something associated with it, the stone bench, a tree, or a small roadside cafe, that brings back memories, compelling us to visit. But sometimes upon arriving, we wish we hadn't, as it's better to keep it as a cherished memory rather than return to find a completely changed scene. Is there anything that doesn't change over time? And there are people we haven't contacted in a long while. There are roads we must travel, whether we like it or not. Sometimes we don't get to choose our own path and have no choice but to follow the one decided by others. We may walk it reluctantly without complaint, or halfway through we might start to enjoy it. And sometimes we turn back, not continuing further. And there are people we must stay beside, whether we want to or not. There are roads that lead to dead ends. The only thing to do is turn back. Sometimes we're frustrated by the time and effort wasted. Other times we just smile because it allows us to enjoy the journey from a different perspective. And there are people that's as far as it goes. Have you noticed that before becoming a familiar road, it was once unfamiliar? We either wanted to go there for the experience or were forced to, and then it became the first road we ever set foot on. We might want to return or perhaps not. There are people we've forgotten, missed deeply, or prefer not to remember. No matter what, they have been a part of our lives just as we have been a part of theirs. Let the once was always remain just that, once was. If you find these stories inspiring and they motivate you to take action, please comment 9. If not, comment 0. Your feedback means a lot to us. Thank you for your valuable time.